the finale.
I can read my notes from Zeticus. It's pretty great.
That'll do. Hit me.
Um, all right, day 13. Hold on. Blasted thing ran along the rooftops for some time, lost it in the crossways, decided to go speak with Jacobson and his partner construct Bex, friends of Jane's. It's 2 pages long. I'm not going to do all
Uh
that. We chased.
huh.
um, we went and saw Jakeson and Bex and their child Nyx, who had seen the creature. It turns out when she had snuck out of her room to go stargazing on the roof, it spoke to her telepathically and basically asked why it should not kill her parents, to which she could not answer because she was a child and
She's a fucking
petrified
child.
in fear. It did leave, however, and then we decided to stake the place out, um, figuring it was going to be coming back. Salvo and Raro.
Caro.
Caro, that's a K. I can read my own writing. The bot was serviced by a company under the Deep Hole Securities umbrella, and they were the ones that sold it as well. So we set up watch on Nyx's home, and it came back. We did fight it off and managed to tail it to some sort of crash pad slash laboratory in sort of the uh, what is the wharf area? I think I don't
Yeah,
have this in my
basically.
notes. Uh, Turns out, whereupon we sort of killed the body it was in. It had another couple bodies, but before it could take one over, when we killed it in the streets, I should say, it broke into sort of three entities. One of which Constance communicated with, and one of which Zeticus had hunters marked, so it we were able to follow it to its sort of lab, where it turns out that someone named Otis Agalius had created a sort of bastardized version of the rituals used by Beacon's people to join with their hosts, their vessels. Um, we killed the shit out of the last body, and Beacon opened the lantern and
Yeah.
absorbed it, destroyed it.
Hmm.
Who knows? But assured us that it was not coming back, um, and would not be a problem anymore. Which I'm not even positive if we have actually told people that it's done. I don't remember where we actually ended. We
No,
did
we
find a
ended.
journal
Yeah, we
that
ended on
had
the scene after
okay.
Beacon
That's what I
decoded the
thought.
journal. Basically, rolled the
Yeah,
fucking nat 20 to get the name.
the name. Um, and there were sort of multiple different writing structures in the journal, as if I recall correctly,
Hmm.
owing to the fact that there were two other consciousnesses in this sort of amalgamated spirit that was possessing these bodies. And that's where
Yep.
we left off. And there was some other lore stuff that will almost certainly not ever come up again. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's the stuff we talked about
Uh huh. Yeah.
that will
So
definitely come up.
essentially, yeah, the basic story, quote unquote, as far as you could tell, is that uh Otis Agales, whoever that was, appears to have been sick or maybe dying or something. The notes implied that there is some kind of friend or other agent involved, who either helped or turned him on to this. It's impossible to say. Uh, but then he tried this ritual. It it worked, but very poorly. Then, when the original Grim Servant died, it went to somewhere. And then after a while, it leaked back out and came back to here, where it found this new construct and was beginning its like for lack of a better word, rampage again.
We
So yeah,
realized that it rampaged because it needed to consume to keep itself together, basically.
yeah, it was leaking. Leaking is the scientific word. I think the most I could get is like, yeah, it is dangerously unstable and was kind of leaking its essence because it just couldn't really hold itself together very well. And yeah, you guys murked it in the street, went to its lair, crushed all the investigation checks, figured it out. And yeah, now you essentially, I will assume that you're going back to Caro and Salvo, even though it is like, 2 or 3 in the morning. I suspect they are burning the midnight oil. I
Yeah,
think
sounds like a plan.
officially, I think it's about 3:30 in the morning. You are pretty hurt as well, Zadakis. We didn't put the damage down, but when it exploded,
Oh, right. How much
yeah,
was that?
uh,
Probably in chat. I
it
see.
was like I think you passed the saves. It was like 20 something.
Oh God.
Everybody got blasted pretty hard. Constance got really, really blasted.
Yeah, I'm certainly not feeling very good. Well, let's let's do this. Everybody gather around.
Group hug. It's not nothing.
It's,
For 6.
oh,
Yep.
All right.
Is there anything else anybody wants to do in the Grim Servant's hideout before we kind of cut away to you at the Fifth Eye?
I think you mentioned this to me in chat earlier, but I would like to scrape up all the robotic parts in here.
Yeah. Like I said, write down like 150 gold worth of robot scrap, basically. We will
Sure.
potentially use that for some project later. Always a use for robotic scrap. Okay. Yeah, you all make it back to the Fifth Eye. No longer bleeding actively, just sort of like, slightly drained maybe from the necrotic explosion. And you can see that the light is on. Like you can faintly see through the shuttered windows up on the second floor where their office is. The light is on.
I'm just gonna go on up.
Yep.
Yeah, we're just gonna march in.
Yeah, I think you see Caro is over in the corner, like clearly trancing, while Salvo is leaned forward on the desk, like drooling kind of a puddle as he's asleep, like drooling on top of a pile of papers. And as you enter in, they both kind of snap to, and Salvo takes in the kind of general like health disposition of the group and is like, okay, well, you're not dead, so I'm gonna assume it's good news.
You're going to have to trust me on this one, but
Okay.
problem solved. We found its lair.
Right.
We destroyed its bodies. Everything
Okay.
is. There will be no.
Bodies.
Did I say bodies? We destroyed
You
its
said body.
body.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Everything is resolved. We
Okay.
have a name if you'd like to look into one Otis Agalius that might.
Right. So, did you figure out? Did you figure out what was happening?
See, here's the awkward part because Max isn't here to describe what their
Yeah,
character would or would not say.
I discussed a little bit with Max, and I think Beacon goes on to give the very, very basics, but sufficient, like without basically giving a very glossed over version of it, but
Yeah.
sufficient to get the 500 gold reward, right?
And
Per
I
figuring
assume
out what
leaving,
happened.
like, some of he was doing some sort of weird possession
Correct.
magic,
Yeah.
and that's sort of where it gets left.
Yeah, probably relaying it to it is like, some kind of weird necromantic ritual. Probably sufficient to get across, and the name, especially the name, goes a long way towards making them believe, like, okay, if he got a name, then we could probably, if it is going to happen again, we can maybe hunt the name down and figure out how to make it not happen again. After the like sort of semi-detailed explanation, Caro has been like taking notes furiously the whole time. And Salvo leans forward and says, "So, obviously, I'll pay you out, and 500 gold, great, in addition to what we already put up to your employer. But there is two ways of going about what happens next. I am going to leak details to the Inkers about this. I'm going to cash a few favors with the higher ups to keep them off my ass. I kind of think people should know about this one, uh, especially considering that last time more details than should have been kept from the public were kept from the public. So, question here is, do you want to be publicly connected to this case in print?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
Yeah, I'd
oh well, that
prefer if
would
my name stayed out of it as well.
okay. I mean, it could make you local celebrities, which has its perks.
Yeah, no. I mean, discretion is our whole thing. Being public celebrities is cool and all, but we
Right.
ain't folk heroes.
Okay.
Like,
Now, do you
we
mind
ain't
if I
doing
take credit then
out.
publicly?
I look around to the others and shrug.
I mean,
By all means.
the phrasing I'm going to use is hired exceptional outside talent. Is that hold on, hired excellent outside talent, and you hear Caro chime in with a remarkable pedigree. Right, with remarkable pedigree, that's what we're gonna go with for the description of you. That
Or who?
your group.
Might I suggest an edit?
Yeah, what do you got?
Don't mention that. That's my
Okay.
edit.
That's your edit is don't mention you in any way.
Correct.
How about outside talent? Is that
How about you take credit for it and we get
okay?
our money?
Yeah, I mean, it okay, yeah. Do you want to be on I guess like you can keep the stone, and if I get any updates, we'll check in. Is that all right, or do you want to just be completely washed your hands of this? I think
If
it.
you're gonna hire us again, then yeah,
We'll
sure,
hold
we'll
on to
keep
the stone. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Beacon makes a like nonverbal gesture, clearly designating that Beacon wants to be informed about
Mhm.
the
Yeah.
updates of this one. Poor charisma, it's true, and it is not as subtle as Beacon thinks it is. Right. Okay. Otis Agalius. And this is the the one who did a necromantic ritual and then okay. Ring a bell, Caro? Caro shakes her head. Granted, I have only been here as well several years now, so she shrugs. Salva claps his hands together and leans down and produces with his good left hand a pouch of gold. This is the 500. The rest I think you can gather from your employer.
It has been a pleasure doing business with you.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, you guys did it in a day.
Two,
We're efficient.
really.
What can I say?
And none of you like lost a limb or a hand or anything? You're all okay?
Right as rain. Grabs a rib.
Right. Okay. Do you got like a where was it hiding out?
Huh? Hiding out? No, we were waiting for it. It came to
Okay.
us.
Got it. So you killed it. Do you have its body?
You
Uh,
probably heard a
so-
loud
so-
explosion. That was it.
Caro nods slightly. Salva said, "Yeah, definitely. Okay, so do you have the like was there a body? Did it just blow apart or
Have perhaps some of the bits they might be interested in.
Yeah, I grabbed what I could. She'll like sort through her bag of holding like she's going
Yeah.
through a purse and produce whatever the fuck is left.
It
of
is
that thing.
essentially like 2 limbs, a torso, and then like a head that Zadok is decapitated into with the whip. Well, it certainly looks flayed. I presume this was prior to your administrations.
Seth
Maybe.
looks at him and is like, yeah, kinda. I mean, the head was still on it, and it was still all like together, but you know, prior mostly just an ironwood husk with some plates and stuff. It didn't look good.
Right.
All a bit of a blur after a while. There was some chasing. There was explosions.
Right. Okay. Okay, last question. I know it's fucking late. Let's I think they're working on resurrecting Valston. Do you want him to know about you? Or just complete secrecy?
Hmm. Hmm. I'm inclined to prefer to be left out of it all, but anything they might pass on to us, they can do so through you. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, I mean it's I don't know, they're rich people, so they might just like give money or something. It's kind of hard to know. Or maybe they'll just want to know like what happened. How much do you want me to tell them, I guess, is the better question. In general.
Honestly, I think that's up to you. You know as much as we can tell you, so
Alrighty.
however much you think seems safe for them to know.
Yeah, I mean, about us, you can just say you hired someone, and if they want to seek us out, they can, and we can,
Right.
you know, have a chat. But other than
Also,
that, yeah, keep us out of print.
fair enough.
I mean, if they might be interested in hiring us, we are always looking for more work.
Okay, I mean, yeah, they are rich people, so like they might think of something.
Yeah, just tell
We've-
them that you're in contact with us and pass on any information you get.
Right.
Exactly. We have the stone. If you need to reach us, you can do so.
Alrighty, well, like Kara gets to her feet first and walks over to like professionally with like a curt nod, shake each of your hands. Salvo waits a moment and then steps forward to shake each of your hands.
Good work, good work. Could not have done this without the information you provided to us, so
That is good to hear, at least, that we were marginally useful.
Hey, I
more
would
than
say
marginally.
marginally
I
is an
mean,
understatement.
yeah,
Yeah.
we hit the ground running because of your efforts, so
You see, like, Salvo looks skeptical, but weirdly enough, Caro is beaming.
Yeah, I'll smile back at her.
Well, have a good night and good travels. As I said, we will be looking into this Otis Agalius and we will let you know. Is there any other Are there any other leads we should be searching for as far as paperwork and records? Besides that which we previously discussed regarding the potential Deep Hail connection.
No, not really. I don't think, at least. She'll look at Zadicus and Beacon.
until we know more about this Otis Agalius fellow, I feel like we're sort of at an impasse. How much he is capable of on his own, that may answer whether there is more to this than simply somebody working this nasty business out.
Fair enough. We will figure out then who this Otis Agalius is.
I would be interested in whatever you do find.
If we require more violence, would you like first dibs, I believe is the word?
I mean,
Beacon is just vibrating with like a nod.
Mm-hmm.
Well then, safe travels. Like Caro smoothly like walks to the door and opens it to kind of politely gesture you out.
Seville bowed to her on her way out and like just turned to Zadicus and be like, "Good pedigree. Holy shit. That's never been said about me before." Well, I mean, not like it will be said, but
yes, let's get back to the UE. I think was there something else that we were going to do. You know what? It doesn't matter. It's 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. Let's get some sleep.
Yeah, you all head back to the UE to get some fucking sleep. Lim and Brim are topside, and like clock you as you come back in. Brim takes the general state and goes,
Okay.
"So,
Okay. So one definition of clocking somebody is punching them.
yeah, no,
I'm
sorry, the
just
other one,
imagining
just boom, just
we walk onto the
fucking
UE.
Charlie horse.
Hey, how's it? Oh,
Boom.
what the fuck, Lim?
Everybody gets a Charlie horse. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, they like clock you as in the other one. They
Mhm.
like register you, and Brim will say, "So, what's going on here?"
Job well done, mission accomplished, all that stuff.
Lim signs to you. Zadicus says, "You look real fucked up."
I feel fine. Only like a third of me is missing. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, she just smiles and signs, "I don't believe you."
How have things been here? Quiet, I hope.
Yeah, mostly. We Yeah. You've only been gone like a day.
You're quick.
I guess so. Yeah, I mean, go to bed then?
That's my
Yeah.
plan.
Oh, hell yeah.
Lim signs to use Atticus for not your fucking babysitters. And then laughs.
I pretend not to see it, and I am just going to my cabin.
Yep. All right. You all get a restful sleep. Hello, other two.
Hello.
Hello. One sec.
Hello.
Hello. Ah, man, my luck is like my real luck. Today, I suppose we just
Are
hit
we not long resting?
Yeah, I thought we were long resting.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, we've been doing
I stepped
stuff.
away for just a second because I'm alone with all the animals. Yes, you guys can easily long rest. Get some fucking
Okay.
sleep. The familiar sounds of Helig Bjor snoring ring out through the cabin as all of you settle in for slumber.
Not me. I got quiet times down in the engine room with my good
Very
pal
nice.
Mig.
Is
That's
that
true.
quiet time?
It's loud in a different way.
You are right
It's
next to
loud
an
enough,
engine.
like,
Well,
white
I guess
noise.
the engine's
It's
off.
white noise, yeah.
Yeah.
There's just sort of a like fluorescent humming. But yeah, the next day, the only thing on the docket at the moment, I assume you all sleep till like 11 or so. Except for those like Beacon who just crack that shit out.
3 in
And
the morning is when we go to not sleep.
Yeah, just go vibe. Now that you've achieved equilibrium again, and also you got to deal with whatever the fuck just happened there.
No, we don't need to deal with it. It's fine.
Yeah, just don't worry about it.
Right in the
Okay.
vault.
So yeah, next morning happens. Mig does ask, how much longer do you intend to remain in port?
At least
I don't-
this afternoon. I got some shopping to do.
Okay. Should
Did
we
we
leave?
receive the other half of our payment? The other portion?
Yeah, it was told to you. You'd probably have to go to Cafney for it.
Oh, right.
Or at least Salvo kept alluding to employer. Almost said K a couple times before stopping himself.
Oh, yeah, a couple errands, perhaps. Given that half the day is already headed out, or has already passed, then,
Should we expect it this evening or tomorrow morning then?
might as well head out first thing in the morning.
Would you like some scheduled recreational activity time this evening?
I'm sorry?
Mhm.
Seth is like repeating the words, just muttering to herself. Schedule recreation activities.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Per best practices, it is good habit and good form to occasionally allow the crew a night of rabble rousing away from the captain and myself. This includes Helig and the twins.
Yeah, sure.
Are you telling us to go out drinking?
More or less, yes.
Hell yeah! Thanks, Meg. I mean, you didn't have to tell me,
Well,
but
this would be the captain. The captain encourages you to get your complaints out.
I'm sorry, isn't the captain the ship itself?
Correct. That is why you would get the complaints out away from the ship.
I'm confused. The ship is
Mhm.
telling us to get the fuck out of the ship.
Yes, to go complain elsewhere.
yeah.
You know what? I'm not going to try to figure this out right now. I haven't had coffee. I haven't had breakfast. This is
Old man
if
Zadakis.
if the ship wants me to get the fuck out, I will just get the fuck out. This ship and I have we have an understanding. If he's telling me to get out, no problem.
Yeah, Helig is still asleep, although Athena is like up and kind of bouncing around. And yeah, I think all of you can head. Do you want to head off to Wayfinder?
Yeah, let's go get paid.
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right. It takes you, a leisurely walk. It is like sunny out today. It's very nice out. You, as like what seems to be routine, are met with Jacob running, running out as you are walking in. At this point, both Dodney and Vaki at the front desk just kind of nod and barely register your presence. You see, there are a handful of what must be clients sitting in here. One of which looks like a rich human merchant. Another of which is a sort of younger looking one of the vast. Although they seem to be like waiting, and you can see they are holding what look like tickets. And yeah, you are ushered to the back. Promise Vash smoothly as always gets to her feet and raps on the door very politely. She seems to like crane her ear to listen for a second. Says, "All right, well, go right in."
Thank you. And we go.
She opens the door and closes it behind you. Daphne, per the usual, sitting at her desk with her like heavily articulated hands, sort of moving around very, very quickly, shuffling, signing things, like organizing things. And her head cranes up slightly, and she says, "Well, am I to presume then that you have finished the grim servant business?"
Mission accomplished. Murder solved. Good times
Excellent.
for everyone.
One moment. She leans back and one of her hands reaches underneath the desk, and you can hear like the sound of change as if she's like moving coins around, and then she lifts up the bag. Payment as agreed.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you.
Hmm. We
Business
have not.
seems to be going well out there.
Oh,
They're
yes.
handing out numbers and all.
That is a practice, yes. Better to keep them waiting. At least some amount of time.
Mm-hmm. If it comes to them too easy, can't be worth it. I understand.
Indeed. Regarding your employment, it has been some time since we have spoken. Since you took well, several jobs ago at this point, I believe. How are you finding your employ?
Reasonable.
Great.
Excellent. Do you have any complaints for me?
Um, Apparently we've been instructed to get all the complaints out at the pub later, so
The head cocks slightly.
I mean, I don't got any complaints, so I'll probably just be working on my stuff.
Excellent. The next mission you are going to be endeavoring with is the missing Barrow children, yes? And the concerned citizen.
yes, the concerned citizen.
Yes, quite conspicuous. I would very much like to know why an amateur knows about my network.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
It is my belief that the concerned citizen is themselves an amateur, given that they have, well, very conspicuously registered their concern.
I see.
So, if they are, as I suspect, I would like to know why they know about my network, how they know to contact one of me, or one of mine, I should say.
Okay, well, we will do our best to ascertain this, ask the right questions.
Yes, I will have Jacob deliver a packet to you regarding what you should know. Primarily, you will be meeting with Vev. Vev does not have an official office, but is located in Amel, which is the capital city of Thist. Directions will be included for how to reach their place of business, and from there they will acquaint you with presumably the concerned citizen.
Sounds like a plan then.
And you want to, I believe the term is reserve the warlord case.
Dux, is that still your interest?
I think it would be a good job to take.
Fair enough. I should, however, warn you then that the danger involved in that case will be substantially increased. The pay may also be increased as well. The warlord in question, Jackson, is making moves.
We hunted down a serial murderer.
Fair enough. In this case, you should know the tenor of that job by the time well, it is hard to know. He has moved quite quickly, but you may be dealing with more of an army by the time you get there.
Noted.
As I said, likely the pay will increase commensurate with the danger, and you will have the right to veto the job after I give you proper accounting of the details.
First things first, we head to Thist and try to resolve the situation of our concerned citizens there and look into the disappearing individuals.
The children.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's controversial to say it would be good for children to not go missing anymore. She pushes the pouch of coin forward.
I will pick it up.
Are there any further questions, comments, concerns? If you do not wish to level them at me directly or in the presence of others, feel free to leave a note with Promise of Ash.
Understood.
For my part, I will say that I have enjoyed working with you. You are very efficient. You move very quickly. The head swivels towards you, Zadicus, and then away.
We have a good team.
Mm-hmm. Well,
If
enjoy
you enjoy what you do, you'll never work a day in your life.
I suppose that is true, yes. Well, I will leave you to the rest of your day. As I said, feel free to leave any complaints you might have or would like to level in private with Promise of Ash. Otherwise, collect your payment, and preferably we will speak after you have handled the warlord then.
Sounds good to me. And he just sort of tosses the bag of coins in the air and catches it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. At like seemingly no signal, Promise of Ash opens up the door, and just gestures all of you out.
Sev is walking like backwards in front of Zedekis, like, "Hey, so what's the cut? Come on.
I was about to ask who handles this. Who's our bosun? Quartermaster? Someone? I'm just a navigator.
I mean, I've got the magic hideaway scarf, but that doesn't make me a mathematician.
All right, well,
How
Might
much
as well make
did
you
we
the
get
quartermaster,
paid?"
though.
Promise of Ash clears her throat. The total was 1,500. Yes, or did you not accomplish the secondary objective?
we did. I just hadn't actually counted yet. That's all.
Excellent.
So there you go. 30 platinum each. No, though. Wait, no, we have to shave 10% for the vessel. And that is
27 platinum each.
an amount of. Yes,
Thank
27
you.
platinum each. 27 platinum and then 15 for the vessel. So, I guess I
Sev
will
is
just
still walking
start
backwards
doling
in
out
front of you,
coins.
Zedekis, and Sev is just gonna snatch it and like skip out of the the headquarters. I'll see you guys at the wherever you are. Bye.
Where are we meeting for? I guess back to the timid octopus, I suppose. We could go back to that little hotel we stayed at. Perhaps avoid the spot. Well, I mean, there's no point. Timid octopus it is.
Alrighty. So yeah, with the rest of your day, Sev, I know what you're buying. So per the per the the cost chart I gave you, how much you spending?
Let me jump to the message really quick.
While you're doing that, Cody, how do you feel about the spell scribing rules that are in Xanathar's guide?
What are they specifically?
It's basically there's just a chart of how many days and how much gold it costs to scribe a spell scroll. So it's like for a cantrip, it's a day and 15 gold. For a first level spell, it's a day and 25 gold. For a second level spell, it's 3 days and 250 gold. For a third level spell, it's 5 days and 500 gold, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
Per whatever the chart is, what would you like to do?
Well, I'm just going to buy 500 gold worth of spell scribing materials, and then as we have downtime, I will start working on scribing a spell scroll.
Cool. So that's scribing a spell scroll. Are you scribing it into your book or scribing it onto an actual spell scroll?
No, it'll be an actual spell scroll.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Cool. Works for me.
Cool beans.
All right. Sev, what do you got? How much?
Oh, you said the cost estimate is 1,800.
That's
So it says
if
the initial cost estimate 1,800.
That's if you fuck it up, which you might fuck it up.
Oh. Okay. And the 15 plus is the okay, I think I could, since I have 1,300 plus the... Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and first stop at somewhere where I can pawn this scrap for the cost.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, there's like a
so-
scrap depot specifically for construct parts.
So that puts me at 1, 2, 3, 7 plus the 27 plat, which is 270, which leaves me at 4. I can put 1,400 in this.
Cool. And we'll cover the making of it later.
Okay.
That'd be like the first thing we do aboard the ship.
Sick. Great.
Okay. Alrighty. So you all meet at the presumably the Timid Octopus. I think like towards the evening time, Lim and Brim show up. Helig shows up like mid-afternoon. Dina is conspicuously left on the boat with Mig. Nez does not seem to have attended. But Patch is present.
Oh, it's
Well,
the UE kicked everyone off, huh? Well, almost everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, Brim like scratches the back of her head. It tries to kick Nez off, it just doesn't really take. We got Patch though.
This is normal, the ship kicking everyone? Why? Why does the ship kick everyone off of itself?
I mean, like, I think because like you're supposed to like the Meg tried to describe it.
building.
Well, no, like captains are supposed to like eat apart from crew, so like crew can complain, which works okay until the captain can hear everything that happens on the ship, and then it kind of like sort of renders that impossible. So we get kicked off occasionally, so we can come and bitch about things, and the captain cannot hear it.
I mean, we haven't been on, but whatever.
Yeah, it's been like what, like a month.
Ah, the captain is always busting my balls. Am I right?
Beacon snorts.
Yeah. Like Lim is like belly laughing, and Brim is just staring at you like stone faced. Patch claps his hands together excitedly, and fucking Helig just snorts.
So I have sufficiently complained about the captain, yes?
I mean, like, you're also like supposed to carouse too, so like you could, get drunk and like.
I don't need to be off
Well,
the ship
that's
for
something
that.
I can do.
I could smell it. I can already
there's
smell
a
it
mad
on.
rush to the bar.
Yeah, no, I already smell it on ducks.
It's kind of... I feel like it defeats the purpose, because we just do this anyways, right? I feel like being told to do it makes it kind of awkward.
This is what we are getting paid for.
I mean,
Well,
yeah, I get like.
Well,
we're not getting paid
what,
right now,
drinks are
but
the
No,
shit?
this is what money is for.
I guess that's kind of true. You guys get paid a lot more than we do. Granted, you do a lot to like the dangerous
We
stuff.
do
So.
much more than
Yeah.
you do.
Well, hold on. That's like
It is true.
I'm going to the bar.
you,
Some
Zadicus.
masturbate.
All of you see Lim elbows like Helig's like knee. Helig reflexively like puts a hand down, and you see Lim like put her hands like and do a sign to Helig. Because you could tell the sign is bunch of assholes. And Helig snorts and signs back, yeah, they're fucking pricks.
Beacon is looking at Helig specifically.
Yeah, good. That's lost on Helic.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry. Who was the one that actually spoke to air quotes on spoke to Helig?
Lim. Lim,
Lim.
like, so she like elbowed Helig, and Helig reflexively put a hand down, and you could
Yeah.
tell that like Lim signed into Helig's hand,
Yeah.
and Helig signed back. Yeah.
I mean, you know, I'm sitting right here. I'm sitting right here.
She signs into Helig's hand. Yeah, I know. And like holds Helig's hand up so you could see it.
All right.
Yeah,
All
she
right.
said she knows.
No, I can understand.
Yeah.
Thank you. I
Well,
see
that's
how it
good to know.
is. I see how it is.
I mean,
What is
like,
there to not understand? We have tracked down and chased and then caught and killed a serial murderer. You maintained a ship. This is
yeah,
worthy,
well,
but
like,
it is not measurably the same.
okay, like,
All right. Then we'll bring back like an armful of pints and just put them down in front of everybody. Jesus fucking Christ. Still on about this.
right.
All right.
Brim, like, nods, says, I mean, yeah, some of us stay out of danger, so you have a point.
This is not a condemnation of your position, just a statement of fact.
Gotta work on your delivery there, friend.
Constance grabs an ale. Thank you, Sev. This is an excellent reprieve from that ball buster.
I mean, like, once you guys are off the boat, like, most of what I do is sort of glower into the middle distance, and I think that's sufficient to keep most people from fucking with the boat while you are gone.
Sure.
Yeah.
Whatever you tell yourself.
Sometimes I sit on the Yolbo and I just sort of like turn it around in circles, like
And you get
meaningfully.
paid to do this?
Well, not very much, no. Like we get paid like a living wage. So like, how much do you get paid?
I get
Depends
paid
on
for
the
my
job.
services.
That's fair, yeah.
Sorry, our services.
Well, like I still knit sometimes, so like I get paid for that. Don't really get paid to be the cook anymore, which like, you know.
Well, Helig, it sounds like if you desire a greater wage, you should, get out there and,
Do more.
Yeah. Okay, I mean,
Sev's
sure.
elbow is on the table and she's like has her fist constantly like slowly pounding into her head.
what's your like dream? Like, if you could do anything, what would you do?
Cue the backup music.
I like
Sev's head slumps down on the table.
I don't know. I kind of am pretty okay with relaxing mostly. Like I got all of my fighting and like struggling out. And
Then
like,
sounds like a living wage is just right.
yeah, pretty much. I get to nap in the sun. It's pretty good. Yeah. I get to shoot stuff, which like it's like I say, it's pretty good.
But only sometimes,
Ah,
not like
Only
constantly
sometimes.
having to shoot stuff. Yes.
geez, what's the sun like?
I mean, warm as far as I could tell, sort of.
I need to get out more.
Yeah, you're down there with like Mig and yeah. I don't remember the last time I went down there. It's very noisy
I
and
don't.
hard to like. I don't know. It freaks me out kind of.
I feel like the only time I'm topside is to like
A crisis.
fight a big monster. Yeah.
Like I said, like when you're away, mostly like in the nighttime, like Lim and Brim, they stand with their little hammers and be very grumpy at the passerbys, and that works pretty good. During the day, I kind of stand and like wave my spear around, and that's usually like enough to do it, I think.
Well, I mean, when you're not guarding the ship, like on leave or whatever, what do you guys do?
Uh, I don't like know what they do. They do stuff with like Athena mostly, I think. I mostly like go and drink and fight and
You fight? Where
yeah.
at?
Well, there are a couple illegal fighting places. Well, they're not really illegal actually. They're sort of like frowned upon. Like you don't want to kill people there because then like they may be illegal.
Right, but at the same time, it's like no holds barred, etc.,
Right?
etc.
Yeah.
Well, that's out of the question for me.
Yeah, I don't know if they would like let you fight with your ka-chunk. They don't really like
Yeah,
weapons, so like I don't think he's like you're not made
no
of
account.
ka-chunk. Right?
No.
Okay. This like Patch at this point is like leaned at like a right angle over the table, just looking very excited, like head swiveling to whoever is speaking.
Yeah, so Seva's actually gonna retract like the part of her infiltrator armor like that covers her like hand and wrist and like reach out to touch Helig's hand. Yeah, that's me.
Okay, so like yeah, not to make the metal. That's good to know.
Also way scrawny.
Lim signs to Brim. You catch Zeticus saying, like, ask her where the fuck she made it. And Brim like clears her throat, says, where did you make that thing?
Home? I
Okay.
guess I should clarify. Not from here. She
Well, yeah,
gestures at herself.
I
physically.
I assumed as much. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a scrap moon. Ships crash there all the time. It's like a junkyard, but like a whole planet of a junkyard. So yeah, home, I
Well,
suppose.
that sounds pretty fucking awful. Is it like just what do you mean by junk? Like
I mean, like junk, like ship parts and stuff. Like it's like a ship graveyard. Whether they're brought in or crash there or in the, she sort of gestures to make a ring. It all just sort of ends up there. So, yeah, it is pretty awful now that I see outside, but nothing to complain about, I guess.
right. Yeah, for
I
sure.
don't know.
Brim
I play
takes
the
a
hand I'm
drink.
dealt.
Helig like head swivels around to you, Dux, and says, like, we're gonna arm wrestle again without breaking a table.
Well, then what's the point if I'm gonna have to hold back and not break a table?
I mean, okay. You could see Demise like leaning over the counter, just like physically tense. Wilhelm is somewhere in the back, not witnessing this just yet. I would prefer if you didn't break all of the furniture again.
Understandable. Perhaps you should look into installing a sturdier thing.
Like
Table.
metal.
Constance walks out of the timid octopus.
Huh. Okay. Where does Constance go? It's probably like evening at this point. Maybe like 7 or 8.
Constance is looking for the closest store that sells tables.
Yeah, there's like a carpenter down the block.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Woodward and Sons.
Great. Constance buys the table.
What kind of table?
Constance has no idea. Constance goes in and I would like to buy a table.
Yeah, they're like,
Sir, provide me the strongest table you have.
yeah, they're like, that'll be fucking when do you need it by?
Immediately.
Right now?
Yes.
So like a pre-made one. You don't want a custom table?
No. What table may I walk out of here
Fine,
with?
we'll get one. You're gonna have to. Okay. You're gonna have to take it in 2 pieces separate and then put it together when you get there.
Mm,
Cut like
very
5
well.
gold off that. 20 gold.
How much to have one of you take the other half so that I don't need to make a return trip?
25 gold.
Wonderful. Sold.
Yeah, he gestures to what's clearly like his teenage son, who just sighs, like wanders in back, comes walking out with a, I guess, nice looking table that's in
Yeah, I
2
mean,
pieces, the base
like,
and the fucking circular part.
Right, like I genuinely feel bad that it's like some artisan level, like you spent months like working on
Yeah.
this, and Constance just has no idea. It's like, oh, we need
Yeah,
a table
like-
that can be broken.
You went to like a bespoke, like furniture shop.
No, Constance needs a table right now.
Yeah, I mean they charged you through the nose for it, so yeah,
Yeah.
Constance comes walking back in with this like teenage like human who like sets the table down, like the probably carrying the base, and says like, okay, I'm gonna leave now. You
Well,
got it.
could you help assemble the table, please?
Since what in the world?
How about like
A table we can break, no problem.
50
Fantastic.
50 silver?
I'll hand him a gold piece.
Constance at this point, like passive insight is such that you know that that they seem to just be reaching for like a random price, like
Mhm.
yeah, yeah, sure. He takes
Yeah,
the gold
okay.
and yeah, he sets the table up. Like okay,
I will approach the bar and just ask, I guess, Wilvum.
yeah, Wilhelm's back out at this point, watching with obvious interest.
My friends would like to arm wrestle and break a table. Shall
I
we
mean-
break the one that I just purchased, or would you
Yeah.
like to keep that, in which case we will break one of yours?
Please break the shitty one, Wilvum. No offense.
Yeah, Wilhelm glances at Demise and Demise nods very like curtly. Right, break the shit one. One over there, left corner.
I'm not the
fucking-
one they're sitting at, but you know,
Well, okay, well that's not the shit one. The shit one, it's got a.
it is compared to this one. Look at it.
Okay,
It's got inlays.
No, that's what I'm saying. You break the shit one in the corner where one of the legs isn't quite level.
To be fair, this one is worth 2 of these shit tables.
You catch Demise mutter, "It's not the table that's unlevel, it's the floor." No, it's the table. Smash the the one in the corner. It's got shit legs. Just you can break that one. Move the good table over there. Call it like you'll have a free round. That sound fine?
Works for
Free
me.
round? Right. Okay. You want us to like set up bets on this or?
I bet the table will be broken.
Okay. Well,
It's a poor sport to bet on myself.
why? I mean, just bet. Yeah, Ellie goes like, why? You can just like bet on yourself.
Well, this isn't. I'm not fighting for profit. I'm fighting to,
All right, for the love
Break
of
the
it.
table.
Yeah, to break
Yes.
the table. Okay, so we're going to try to break a table, right?
well,
We're gonna like.
We're not setting out to break a table. It's just that it's
There are easier ways to
undeniable
break a
that we
table.
will break a table.
Okay, like I mean, yeah, if we both put our weight on like the center of it, probably crack in half.
We're gonna sit here and discuss how to arm wrestle, or are you going to arm wrestle?
Okay,
a
well,
table.
fucking
I
fine,
look-
yeah. Like,
I
show
look
me the
to-
fucking
to
tables.
Liv and Brim and Patch and be like, hey, and if you want to place bets,
Brim glances between the two of them and says, 5 gold on Helig. Lim signs something to Brim, and Brim says, okay, 5 gold on Ducks. For her.
Seb sort of like leans back in her chair and looks at the two of them going to the corner and like and like squints and is like, good money on Ducks, but man, shit. Yeah, I'll put 5 gold on. I'm feeling good. I'll put 5 gold on Helig.
Lim flags you down, Zadicus, and signs you went in on this action.
Nope. Not a gambling man.
Party pooper. Very like she like sidles up a little closer and signs very quickly. Well, that cuts off gambling debts from my from my list of suspected running away reasons. To you, Zadicus.
Oh, I thought that was to
No, that's to you.
Zadicus just says nothing and drinks.
Okay.
You know, it's only gambling if you're betting on a game of chance. I'm certainly going to win this.
Okay.
In your dreams, Ducks. Helig, kick his ass for me, please.
I'm going to like try. He's pretty strong too. Like
I know you are. But kick his ass for me. Rooting for you.
Okay, are we going to use magic on this one, or do you want to just do it clean?
No magic.
Right, okay. Good. Just let me know if that's the way you want to play it.
So is that a athletics check or just a strength check?
Give me let's do just strength. Just do strength for strength.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, baby.
Tragic.
Yeah. So round 1, she grips and trounces you pretty quickly. And Snort says, okay, like, did I need to give you like a second to brace? Like, kind of feels like.
You know, I mean, my arm's just a little sore from swinging
Right,
a
to get
glaive and,
through, like-
actually working.
Yeah, right.
And,
Like,
yeah.
That's.
Here, let me try the other arm.
We'll try it again. Yeah.
Seb just gets Seb slams her fist down.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, you are locked in a truly titanic struggle to everyone else. To the two of you, you're just slightly not gripping each other right. She eventually wins, but but it doesn't feel as much like strength as it does like the two of you just didn't quite grip correctly, and she managed to pin you first. She rolled a nat 1 too. She just has she just has a higher mod than you.
Oh.
But yeah, she nat 1. So yeah, from everybody else, it looks like a fucking titanic struggle, like veins popping out on the two of their arms as they're like straining. Functionally, you two just didn't get a good grip on each other, but she does eventually pin you.
Okay, best 3 out of 5.
Right. Okay. 3 out of 5.
What? You can't change the rules. That's
Like I
fine.
don't know. It's not
There
the
are
problem
no
you're
rules
betting.
here. I didn't
There was
ask
not
you
even
to
best
bet.
2 of 3, so the best 3 out of 5 is just as good.
Right.
Although I must say, Constance, I do believe you will be losing your bet. And I'm afraid you may have wasted a considerable amount of money on a table, judging from the looks of it, since these two are unlikely to break even this shitty table.
Okay, now that seems
Look, we go until the
Like
table
taunting?
breaks.
Yes.
okay. Fucking
yes, that's
fine. We're
exactly
gonna.
what it is.
What magic do you got for this? We're using magic now. It's fuck him. We're doing this. What do you got?
Oh,
Gotta use magic to break an ordinary
Hey,
shitty
hey,
table.
fuck you.
Okay.
Like she is flipping off in your general direction. Yeah, right there. Fuck you. Okay, what do you got, big guy? Like,
I mean, I could just, a little blessing. That's about it.
like what with the blessing?
Yeah, just like a
Now
little,
ask for help.
ask the sea
Difficult.
to, strengthen my arm.
That
That kind
sounds
of
like
thing.
hippie shit.
Yeah,
Does the
basically.
sea actually answer? Like when
Watch.
kind of like
It'll
phrase
cast guidance, and the blue fur just kind of glows along his arm,
Yeah,
and
this
he puts
time
it back out.
This time do an athletics. You ducks see
Oh,
her.
Seb
Oh,
is gonna cast guidance on.
My
on
God! That's a 2.
Rolled a 1, a
Ducks-
2, and a 3.
Oh
ducks,
God!
as she grips your hand,
Y-
you
y-
see her her eyes are naturally white, although they go substantially whiter, and you see her face like breaks into a much more like feral sort of like to the degree that she even like bares her fangs a little bit as she like leans forward. And the other thing you notice is that your hand becomes incredibly cold around her touch, like to the point where like everybody else can see the two of them like their breath puffing during this like face off, as if the temperature just around their table has dropped substantially. Yeah, she wins by a lot by a lot, unfortunately. Although I think at this point, with the like magical like boon to each side, she like smashes your arm down into the table and just leaves a like arm shaped crack like in the shape of your arm in the table below it. You take
Ducks just picks up the table and throws it at a wall.
you take like 4 bludgeoning damage from that, and also your hand is still kind of stinging numb from just the like holding of like Helly's hand for a second.
Mm-hmm.
She like, as you like throw the thing at the wall, she like gets to her feet and holds her hand out for a second reflexively, and then you see her nostrils flare and she blinks for a second and says, "Okay, that was pretty fun though, wasn't it?"
I am having a very off day.
Yeah, I mean, you did go running around all night, like swinging and fighting.
It's no
Right, like,
excuse. Thanks for the
mean-
consolation.
like, okay, but like, it's okay. You can get like next time, right? Like, maybe
Buy me a
the sea-
drink, and we'll call it even.
maybe the sea is like in the bad mood today, right? So like maybe next time you ask the sea and the sea goes like, "Yeah, I got you."
Maybe.
Or maybe you used up too much of the like sea favors last night on the fighting. It could be too.
Sev like just puts out a hand and like motions pay up to all that bet on Ducks.
Yeah, you get 5 gold.
Yeah, baby.
Lim just hands 5 gold over and shakes her head. Brim glances at Lim and Lim shrugs.
Sev will just wink and be like, "Demon luck."
The 2 like bits of the table, you see Patch go over and lift them up and set them back down where they were. And he like seems to pull out a little like some kind of like glue thing and is like gluing along the crack and seems to be putting the table back together. It doesn't look particularly good though, at least not initially. After a moment, you see he starts like one of his hands sort of flicks, and there's a sander, and he's just sanding the edge of it. So yeah, you spend the rest of the evening. Is there anything else you guys want to do for the carousing, or any other conversation/scenes you want to have?
No.
All right. So yeah, the next day, that night, you all, I don't know, does Sev get maudlin again and go go cry at a random inn somewhere? Or does Sev go back to the boat? I remember that was the last time Sev got sad.
No, Seb is probably just gonna like end up like buying some alcohol to bring back and like take all of her like parts and stuff and start working like top deck, like just in a corner somewhere.
Yeah, I think at least as far as the night goes, it's pretty apparent shortly after you start that you are too intoxicated to do like very fine mechanic work. You were pretty
Then
pumped to
she'll
do it
probably
and enthusiastic, but
then she'll probably just give up and like work on Skrelk a little bit, change what fucking voice he got.
yeah, I gotta get a
I'll
softer
try
dial tone.
I'll try digging around like the head of the like bodies and stuff and see if I can find a proper voice thingy.
Sure, that's much better. Yes, give the Mecha Scruff the ability to say words. That seems fine.
Yes, it does. Shut up, I'm drunk.
Alrighty. So yeah, the next day, you can all set back out. I'll take you back to the map. You are given the information like packet. Essentially, you're given the location of Bev. Your heading is essentially going directly for where the port is on Thist. And there is the city of the coalition, which is like the top side governance, has a city here called Vishalgo, and Amel is located directly below it. So Zedicus, what speed
We'll just go normal speed.
and what's your chart exactly? Because this one's a little awkward.
What's my chart?
What's your like direction, right? Because straight there is directly through the maw, so that's not gonna work.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
And going the normal way over here might be sketchy because you might have to go directly either between like Concordance and the Maw or Concordance and the Vast.
yeah, I guess around to the east we'll skirt between the Maw and Luton.
Yeah, you want to get a nice view of the Maw again.
Maybe. Yes.
Alrighty.
No, we'll stay a safe distance this time. I got
Normal speed.
yeah, just normal.
Okay, that'd be let's say 12 days even. So yeah, you all begin your seaside voyage. Stev, give me that tinkering check pretty quickly. It'll take a couple days, but the check itself will reflect
I'm
how
going
fast
to-
and how simple.
I'm gonna be using guidance.
Yeah, I presumed that and Flash of Genius.
Sorry. Ooh, Flash of Genius.
Okay, Is the die roller just busted?
I don't know. It's going real low.
No, there it goes.
So, did you use an inspiration, Sev?
Oh, sorry. No. I forgot that.
Yeah, so
I
it'd
don't
be
have any
11
inspirations.
plus 4, right? Or 5
Two.
for Flash of Genius.
11 plus proficiency. 11 plus 3. Why is my proficiency bonus 3? Oh well.
No, for Flash of Genius, you add your
Oh,
intelligence
smart.
mod.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Right. 4.
Okay. So that does put you at 15.
Ugh.
Like I said, you can use inspiration if you want.
I don't have any.
Fair enough.
I wish I did.
Okie dokie. So you have how much gold total?
Currently,
Yeah, you spent just a little below. So you'll be able to do it. It'll just take you some time. Won't be done immediately.
that's fine.
Okie dokie. So yeah, first couple days out, Beacon, in sort of in getting back to equilibrium as far as Beacon is aware, the thing we talked about previously does happen and is noted by you. You should be able
Sure.
to see it down in, I put it in loot.
Oh, okay, cool. I've been meaning to add it to my character sheet.
But yeah, it is noticeable to you for sure. Although it doesn't seem like a systemic problem or anything, right? Just
No, this is
a
fine.
a variation. Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah. We're alive. It's fine.
Hmm.
That's not ominous at all.
So after about 3 days, is there any conversations or anything anybody wants to be doing with your sea travel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, we can talk about it at the break, but I'm going to spend 5 of these days of sea travel trying to trying to create a revivify scroll. But there's some
Gotcha. Okay.
potential complications, so we'll go over
Are
that.
there like associated skill checks?
There
something?
aren't, according to the rules, it's weird, and there's a 10% chance that there's a complication, but it's weird because a lot of those complications are like a thief breaks in, or
Okay.
local wizard is angry that you bought the last material. They don't really make a
So,
lot of sense for here.
I assume it's a 1d10 and on a 1 or something, right? Or like a 1d100 and
They don't say how to determine the 10%, but it can be.
Okay.
I mean, we know
Go
what
ahead and-
10% is. We can.
yeah, go ahead and roll me a couple d10s. So if you did get something wrong, I can.
Okay, I'll just roll a
Consider it.
D100. How's that sound?
That'll work. Okay.
Well, it
and
depends
this
on
is-
which end you want to.
I was going with 1, so
Okay, gotcha.
1 to 10. So yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool.
No problem. Yeah, it's kind of a weird skill that you probably have some experience in,
Mhm.
but it is a fun new thing for you to sort of try your hand at, and it seems to be successful.
Excellent.
What language do you use as your like?
I'm doing it
Spellcasting.
in common.
Okay, got it. Alrighty. Zadicus, what do you got?
I was going to try to do this in Doc, but this is going to be a little more awkward. I will one evening go old man climb my way up to the crow's nest.
Mhm.
And then, okay, I'm here, no problem.
Look down at you.
Beacon, wonder if I might have a word with you. With Beacon.
They blink.
with
Of
Dust
course.
Beacon, if you take my meaning.
That is not as possible as you might assume, but we can try.
Hmm. I
The
took it during our previous investigation that your kind were able to join with anyone. It's just that people such as individuals, rather, such as I gotta look up the host name again because I've already forgotten. It starts with a D. Duan. I didn't have to look it up. Are simply better able to hold the beacon entity. Is that correct?
there's like a look of shock and concern for a moment. You wish to have
I just
they
need
do
a
not
private
finish that
word if
question.
there is another way to do that.
They seem to have a brief conversation that is not without audibility, and then Duan they open the lantern, the mist forms and then like drops down to the deck of the ship.
Jenkins does the climb back down.
Yeah.
I
The
am
beacon drops down. Seb will be like, "Hey, watch it."
There's no regard.
Oh, hey,
Uh,
Zedicus, what are you doing there?
trying to have a conversation.
This avatar can now travel up to like 150 feet away, so we can go anywhere on this ship.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I thought it would be funny if I had to make you crawl back down again.
Finding somewhere, presumably the
Mhm.
bow of the ship or whatever, is reasonably unoccupied.
Mhm.
So it's true then. Your kind can. They do. You don't require the connection with Duan's people. It's just
It has
easier.
never been needed, but we had no manipulation of the material world before we understood organisms.
Mhm. So, theoretically speaking, clarify something for me. If your host is lost far from your lantern, what happens to you?
I remain in the lantern until my host returns.
So if your host passes, if something happens to them while you are connected, you return to your lantern regardless of distance.
It is not necessary for me to return to my lantern. It is an easier mode of travel, however. There
Mhm.
is not yet an established order by which I would indicate that the lantern must return to its home of its making so that I may rejoin my people. But this is something that I have suspected I could trust you with in that event.
So then, let's say this presents a unique opportunity. It is. I have made no secret of my desire to be the first to pass into and witness the inside of the maw. In my efforts to chart it, you understand. The last vestige of uncharted waters on this entire sphere, this entire sea.
Beacon's eyes light.
Now, this remains somewhat a distant goal, given that I am still trying to find the materials necessary for Sev to manufacture a vessel which would survive entry into the maw itself. But my concern, of course, as always, is not just escape, but the crew. But if indeed your kind can return to your vessel, regardless of the state of your host, and regardless of the state of do all of you use a lantern? No, that's a rude question. Never mind.
No.
Interesting. Well, regardless of the state of your host and the state of your vessel,
Correct.
object, this presents a unique opportunity.
Agreed.
I know you've said before that you are able to push your host beyond its own physical limits. When we were working out the zip line, your comment was that while it amused you if Duan's legs were to be broken, it bothered the host, which, first off, that's really weird to say about your own host, but I'm not really judging you. I'm just pointing that out for other people who might listen at some point.
They continue their stone face, like arms crossed study.
But that is true, correct?
Correct.
Interesting. So if I could find a group of individuals willing to take what is almost certainly a one-way journey with me. And is there a going rate for your kind, or is it simply contractual like your work here on the UE?
Oh my god!
The answer to that is, what the fuck do you mean?
I
Contract my people.
We are familiar with the concept of slavery.
Yeah.
Hold up. No. I meant to hire a crew.
Yes,
not to buy you.
I understand that, but there's still a whole one-way trip aspect that is not lost on us.
No, it would be one way for the host. From what you've said, your spirits would be fine.
Sorry,
you would be able
to think about this.
Welcome to the batshit insanity that is actually Zedicus.
I'm so happy about this. Ted, I'm so happy to see this weird dark side. The response is, unfortunately, many of my kind are not as flippant as I may appear to be. However, I am personally interested.
How would they feel if the host was not one of your kind, but rather an Aerith such as myself? Perhaps one who might have some, I don't know, fatal disease that your kind would be able to operate without concern for. That would make it far easier to obtain a crew who is willing to go on such a mission.
We saw that folks of your kind, with souls of your structure, are volatile, and that was in a vessel that was designed after a manner to host. I would have no personal guarantee for your survival, nor any others. In the bind.
I'm talking about going into the maw. It's
This-
more, do you think their bodies would hold up long enough?
It might very well depend. It has been some time since any have tried to adhere to another form. Centuries of practice have indicated that Duan and his kind are the ideal.
Hmm.
Perhaps it may vary vessel to vessel. Provided I can get it to agree with me, this is something that I might be willing to explore. However, as I've said, others of my kind may not agree.
Only need a handful if the vessel is built right, but that is something we can explore. This presents a very welcome opportunity. Thank you, and if you wouldn't mind keeping this between us for now.
They grin.
Ten out of 10. Fucking. Okie dokie.
Obsessive?
Yeah. What do you mean? Our boy?
Okay,
No.
Sorry. One thing above board. If you want to chart it, it can't be a one-way trip.
No, it
You
can.
understand
It
that,
can.
right?
Because
No,
beacons.
it
No.
cannot.
Yeah,
It absolutely 100% can, because
Yeah.
Beacon will make it out.
Yeah.
Beacon, Spirit Beacon will make it out with the knowledge.
Yeah.
That's enough for Zedekis. He knows this.
This
No, that's true.
again
Okay,
above
yeah, no,
board,
you're
like
right.
as this was
It's
being
gonna take a
spoken
while.
about just now, I was full fucking ready to chuck Duan into the pit for you right now.
Look, the thing is, it's gonna take it's like a fucking like unseen servant level movement. Beacon just inching away from the maw. It's gonna take a while.
Yeah, we don't move very fast without the rest of us, but it could be done, and it sounds like it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, you've set up an epilogue for this, wherein
Have
the
we?
fucking suicide run.
That
I
is that
don't
is
know if
very
it's
generous
epilogue.
that it's going to be.
Yeah,
Exactly.
this sounds like this might take another like 3 sessions.
You don't have a vessel that can get in there yet.
Listen, I can jump. I can teleport.
You don't know about the maw. You
We're
jump
about
into the
to-
maw and just get blown apart.
You
before
might
you-
be able to also, but Zedekis cannot, and Zedekis desperately wants to see what's in there. So I need
Yeah.
a ship. Oh.
I
And
do
then,
love the
and then
idea
the
of
spirit of the lich.
I do love the idea of Beacon jumping and just getting shredded apart immediately inside the eye wall. Just well, okay. I guess Beacon's just gonna keep going for a while.
Yeah, and then I show him back up like 2 weeks later, give my report, and then I have to write a new character.
I feel like it's gonna take more than 2 weeks of you just spiritually inchworming your way away from there, just mile after mile, like. Da-dum, 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 da-dum.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to do that. But it can and will be done.
I'm gonna say, I'm not supposed to hire a bunch of terminal patients to serve as spirit caddies,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
here we are.
yeah, like,
Oh my god, spirit caddy. Well, Constance, give me those wisdom checks when you're working on your hobby. We'll go to
Okay.
back to hobby.
You just need what? 2 of them? 3 of them? What are we doing here?
We'll do a first one. We'll see.
Okay.
Okay, give me another one. Okay, give me a third one. Okay, I think you've gotten to the point where you could probably achieve proficiency if you had Zedekis's help. Like you've reached the limit of your knowledge, but you've you've done a substantial amount in a very short amount of time.
Okay,
That
well, this suddenly got super weird, right? Particularly because of the conversation that was just had, but Constance is going to go find Zadicus.
Who is probably at this point once again poring over the very fancy maps. And I say poring over, really he's just staring at the dead center of the maps where the maw is.
Hello, Zadicus. I see you're looking at your maps. Do you have a moment for me?
Yes, of course. His eyes do not move.
I was hoping maybe you could instruct me on how to properly use this. I bought it the first time you showed me your maps, and Constance is holding out a set of cartographer's tools.
This does seem to snap him out of it. I see.
Do you think you would be able to teach me how to use these properly?
Yes, of course. Hold on. Yes, of course I can. What are you mapping?
Constance points to the blank portion of your map.
Oh. Oh, Constance, that's very dangerous, you understand.
Oh. No, I have the information I need already.
Zadicus, either give me an investigation or a navigator's tools check. Up to you. As you're looking over Constance's notations.
Navigator's tools. Presumably intelligence. That should be at another +3, actually. That should be a 19.
19? Okay. So, first off, it's immediately apparent to you that the proficiency Constance. Yeah, didn't we say you got expertise with these?
There we go. Yeah, I didn't set it in the thing.
Yeah. So that's 19, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so it's immediately apparent to you first off that Constance is clearly an amateur, but like a practiced amateur. And if she really only started doing this like 4 days ago, that's pretty wild by itself.
Very impressive.
Setting that aside, you could tell that the language she's using and the notation she's using is kind of all over the place and isn't as clean or as rigorous as what the more classically trained version you have. But you could see what she is illustrating is undersea currents around the maw, or at least beginning to. And you have never seen this before.
Wait a minute, Constance. Are you telling me you know what the waters inside the maw look like?
I am telling you what the effort has instructed me to tell you.
Constance, I need to know. Has the effort been into the maw?
The effort has existed for a very long time.
Constance, has the effort been into the maw? Yes or no?
Constance, real quick, give me a wisdom saving throw. Okay.
I do not have bless on. That's just a 14.
Yeah. Constance, from your perspective, the lights go out for a second in a way that's never really happened to you before.
Mhm.
Zadakis, Constance leans forward over the like notes that she had made, completely blank faced. The tentacled, for lack of a better word, not hand, but like joint comes out, grips one of the pens, and immediately starts writing notation in a language you actually aren't immediately familiar with, though you do realize pretty quickly, because I do think you have proficiency in it. Let's see, I gotta look at your languages. Yeah, it is in a very strange combination. It's hard to understand because it is a fusion of the two languages of Abyssal and Primordial. But it conveys another like layer of depth about specifically what seems to be at this point the upper levels of the waters around the Maw.
But not the
Uh,
center.
Not to the very center, but closer than you've ever seen anybody get before by a long shot. And Constance, you snap back to with functionally a level of exhaustion or that like
Mhm.
feeling. As you like look down at your hand gripping your like tentacled like your tentacle essentially gripping an implement and having just sort of ghost written something.
Oh. Yes. This makes sense. We thought you'd find this information useful.
Yeah, well, that's one word for it, I suppose. Still, this part remains to be mapped. That's still something left. Yes, I'm more than willing to help you perfect your use of these tools.
Wonderful. My notations will be more valuable once I understand how to use these properly.
Did you or the effort build these maps, these initial maps, pointing to the ones that you handed before?
Well, we are one and the same.
Mhm. All right. Well, I suppose first things first, we need a subject to map. There's not much left here on the sea to, even less now. Not much left here, but we can go over a few things. Perhaps the information you have on, I'm sorry, the we can go on the information around. Well, we're coming up on Luton. Why don't we start there?
Excellent.
So yeah, I think if you devote the rest of this voyage, the rest of the at this point like 9 days to working together on this, you could probably come out of it proficient, but proficient in a way that kind of places you in a position to help Zadakis, right?
Mhm.
Like you're almost positioning yourself as an assistant to Zadakis with this endeavor, roughly speaking.
Okay.
So you have proficiency, but it's a very specific kind of proficiency, I suppose. If that makes sense.
Yeah. All right.
Okie dokie. All right. Dux, how you doing? You just vibing?
Dux is very drunk and having
Yeah.
a great time.
Yeah, I mean, weather's been beautiful. Not much for you to do. There's no like fucking attacks or random asshole fish. Everything's pretty chill.
That's
Also,
fun though, Cody. We like the asshole fish.
yeah, it's true. Also, you're getting over closer to where like it's like the weather of your childhood, right? Like over on this side of things, as you kind of skirt along the Great Plains, you can feel the like warm winds coming off of the plains. It is very nostalgic for you, Ducks,
Hmm.
especially since you grew up on a place that was not on there but off the coast of it, roughly an equal amount, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, also, like Ducks, he's not drunk like a drunkard. He's drunk like a person who knows how to be drunk and be productive and have
Yeah.
a great time. You know?
You're a functional day drunk.
Yeah.
You're just vibing, doing your duties. There's like you're probably enough that you could well, you are a paladin, so you probably could just snap yourself out of it whenever you wanted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Spend a little lay on hands.
Yeah, being drunk is a
Cure that
choice.
disease right quick.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so we're at about day 7. Um Zadicus, you and Constance are working in your room. And I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw, Zadicus.
I'm good at these.
Holy
Yeah,
shit!
you don't notice anything. Okay. Yeah, you and Constance are working. Nothing's up. Everything's good. Uh, to another couple days pass. You're about 3 days out at this point. Anybody else would like to do? Okay.
How long is my thing taking to work on, and do I need to roll another thing?
Roll me another check. Let's see if you can. You got off to a bit of a rough start, but we'll see if you can make up the difference.
Okay, let's do it. Let's also do my fucking dumb little guidance as well. Dumb little guidance plus flash of genius, which
Yeah,
is gonna
so
put me at a 526.
yeah, so you're pretty sure you can get it working at the initial. Let me see. I could look at the cost again. Yeah, you think you could get it working at the 1400. So your initial price estimate, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you started off a little rough, but with that you think you can make up the difference. Uh and probably if you buckle down and maybe have a few sleepless nights, you think you could get it done before you get to Vishalgo.
Sleepless nights?
Just a few.
Sure, let's fucking get it.
All right. About 3 days out, how much of like any given day are Constance and Zadicus spending together doing this?
Constance is spending exactly as much time as Zadicus would like.
Yeah, fair. How much time, Zadicus?
I don't know, whatever seems reasonable, I guess. Like 4 or 6 hours a day, like seems 4 hours. I guess above 4 hours a day seems a little excessive, but like that's a lot of drawing. We're
Yeah,
gonna run
so
out of paper.
towards the evening time as you are taking a meal, Zadicus, give me another wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I'm sure this will go just as good as the first one. Nope.
Okay. Yeah. You get a very like vague feeling of being watched for a second, and then you kind of almost like mentally just like wave your hand almost like a gnat is kind of the mental feeling that you get, and then go back to doing whatever you were doing. In this case, just having a meal.
At some point while they are working on the maps,
Mhm.
Zadicus is just gonna like stop, put down a pencil. "Uh, Constance, why is the effort having you show this to me? Not that I'm not appreciative.
Well, it seemed important to you. We thought you'd like it.
The effort is aware of my fascination with, of course it is. You and effort are one.
Yes.
Mhm. And just because I thought that because I think that the maw is interesting and I would like to map it, the effort began to map the maw.
Well, you wanted information about the maw. We had information that we could share, so we shared it. Dux wanted a table to break, so we got Dux a table to break. We're here to help.
Mm-hmm. So I've heard numerous times.
We make an excellent crewmate, don't we?
Of course you do. Of course you do. You're
That captain's
very
always
helpful.
busting my balls.
Mhm. Mhm. Yes, the UE. Unusual vessel to begin with.
Very.
All right, well,
Shall we continue, or would you like a break? I could make some coffee.
no, I'm fine, thank you. How did the effort come up with this information? Did it send someone to the maw? Or was this information that the effort already had about the maw? I see that
Oh,
this is simply the waters surrounding the maw. Did it send someone like you?
oh, oh. Well, as I said, the effort has existed for a very long time.
Mhm.
Most of that time, we have been entirely underwater. We have been almost everywhere underwater. So in that time, it is... well, to be reasoned that certain, shall we say, appendages of the effort have ventured fairly close to the maw. Underwater, of course.
Mhm. Tell me, Constance, if you and the effort are all one, what happens to the effort when one of you is hurt or killed, or does the effort sense such a thing?
The effort senses the loss, but it merely continues. It is why expansion is so important.
I see. But the effort has never been to the center of the mob. It has only it has only skirted around the outside. The waters of the maw itself are still too impenetrable. Do I have that right?
I am sharing with you the information that I can.
Mm-hmm. Of course you are. Of course you are. And I do appreciate it.
I think that will be enough map making for today. I need to go speak with Sev for a moment, if you'll excuse me.
Very well.
Hey,
Zedicus,
Sev.
as you're going down there, you are interrupted by Mig,
Down?
who
No, I'm top deck. Sorry.
I have no idea where you are, so I would check the engine room first.
Okay.
Yeah, Mig stops you, Zedicus, and says, "The captain has relayed information to me regarding what it is referring to as a buzzing fly.
Oh.
Something has been trying to look in on us. The captain believes it started with you.
Okay.
It has
Somebody
since
spying on me?
tried, yes, it has since tried to look at several locations you were in or at. As the captain put it, it was swatted aside. But
I appreciate that.
the captain does believe that you specifically were seen because it, whatever it is, had the ability to look in on places where you were. At least one. Your stateroom.
Hmm. That's unfortunate. Oh well, good to know. I suspect that might. I mean, no one's going to be able to find us out here unless they're coming from Thist to begin with, but I don't know why anybody there would be interested in myself. It's been some years since I've been to Thist.
Hmm.
Nearly a decade, isn't it? Oh my god,
Do
I'm
you
old.
have any suspicions on who this would be? Or why they would be looking for you in particular?
He just sort of waves a hand dismissively. There's, I'm sure, plenty of people who might want to figure out what's going on with.
Hmm.
No, actually, you know what? I don't know that. That's not true.
I will offer you this then. You do not have to tell me, for it is not my business. But I would request that you simply speak it to yourself in a quiet moment alone.
You want me to tell the ship?
Indeed,
Okay,
it is
just
not
you
my
can just
business,
say that.
but it is the ship's business.
I assure you that if it is what I suspect, then it is no danger to the ship. In fact, it is no danger to me. So,
Noted. I simply
but
wanted
as
to.
you request, well, as the captain requests, I will let him know later.
Mhm. That is acceptable. I simply wanted to contact you first before the captain contacted you directly. I believe the matter has been resolved.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
Sev down there, or
No. Sev has been spending a significant amount of time above deck.
oh, all right. Well, that saved me a trip. Up
Mhm.
we go.
Have a nice day.
Take care, Meg.
Yeah, up top deck to Sev.
Sev,
Yeah, what's up?
I need a ship. I mean, not right now, obviously, but I need you to start thinking about a vessel. I need something durable, small crew. I'm thinking no more than 5, myself included. But it needs to be fast and it needs to be durable. Cost will not be an issue.
Cost will not be an issue. Like, you'll front the bill?
I or another patron will certainly foot the bill for this, yes. This will take time, I understand, and the design specs will need to be approved. Well, who the hell am I talking about? You're the best shipbuilder I know. So, I need something for my trip into the
Oh,
mall.
wait. Okay. Not to like toot my own horn and also disparage myself in the same sentence. I'm great at building things. I'm good at
building stuff that is make solutions to things that, or rather, solutions that people really don't think about.
Yep.
But I've only taken apart a ship before.
Yep. Let me put it this way. No one else has ever built what I need built. And when that's the case, I come to you.
That is fair. Yeah, no, good point. I think we already talked about this. What, you making it real?
Well, I may have found myself a crew finally. And I may have a little more information than I had about getting into the Maw. So I just need a vessel that can survive it. Give it thought.
Right.
Take your time. Plenty of time to work this all out.
Well, here's the one thing. The sea is kind of funky, and most of the ships that I've worked on have not been sea ships, they've been sphere ships. So there's that little wrinkle. And also, since it's like a perpetual storm, I'm assuming the cause of it is some sort of sea magic thing. So I might want to do or get some information on what's up with that, or if there have been any previous attempts. And I want to study what they did wrong. If you can give me that, I can draft you up something real quick.
I can give you the last communication logs for at least 2-3 attempts.
Mm-hmm.
Will that be useful? I mean,
well, I mean, I was more sort of going for like ship construction. Like, how did you do it? Like,
I can give you the blueprints for the vessels that did not survive. Is that helpful?
Holy shit, yes. She'll just reach up both arms.
Yeah, these are things Zeticus has spent a not insignificant amount of money on.
Zeticus was probably on one of those trips. At least one of them. Anyway, start brainstorming. We're gonna need. It's gonna finally happen, Sev. It's gonna finally happen.
Who's your crew?
You let me worry about the crew. Don't.
I mean, I'm assuming I'm gonna be on it.
It's a suicide trip, Sev.
Well, the point is not to make it a suicide trip. If you can't survive getting in there, you can't survive getting out there. But if you can survive not getting ripped apart, chances are good that you can, you know. Right? It's like going to the bottom of the ocean. If a ship can't withstand, or rather, space or anything, if it can't withstand pressure, then it just won't get to its destination. If you build it right, it'll get there and then get you back. So, I mean...
Yeah, I trust you to do all of that stuff.
so just sort of like squints her eyes at Zeticus and is like, "Are you okay?"
What? Yes. I'm fine. I'm feeling wonderful. I think I might. There was a little bit of a down moment where I thought some of it might have been already done, but it seems like it hasn't, so it's fine.
Yeah. So, what's your... Okay. So, say we're working under your assumption where all you need to do is get in.
Mm-hmm.
How are you gonna, like, communicate back? Because, like, is it just for your experience? I feel like you said before when we first met that you wanted to chart it.
Yep. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if...
I will prepare the charts, and one of Beacon's kind will be able to relay any information should I not make, if/when I don't make it back out. It'll be fine. Hey, look, if you can build me a vessel that gets in and out, that's even better. But I mean, focus on getting in.
Right. Mm, real quick question,
Mhm.
and I mean, like, uh, if you go in
Yep.
and it's just swirling sea, will you be as satisfied? Because I mean, I'm sure tall tales emerge. Like some big giant thing is creating this. You'll go in and see a huge stone giant that's swirling waves and creating fields, or this magic city that's been perfectly encapsulated within the eye of the storm. If you just find that it's more water, what then?
Well, then I know. Then I know that there's nothing there. I know that it's just water, and that knowledge escapes, and no one else need bother making the trip. Also, my name goes down as the person who made it into the Maw, Sev.
Yeah, but you know, uh, uh, I don't know how to tell you this, but like, if you asked anybody who invented salt for food, no one can ever give you a name.
Mhm.
I don't know.
No
Yeah,
idea.
it's just a thing.
Yeah, salt's a natural thing, so nobody had to invent it. But
Yeah, I mean,
I take
like,
your meaning. I take your meaning. The people who do things first are very often forgotten.
no, 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 no. The people who do things first, and it's not like something not mundane, don't go down in history. Like everybody who charted the actual sea and the tides and stuff, I don't think you
Mhm.
can name one of them. It would be the same thing if you got down to the center and it was just water,
That would
right?
be the Wavecrest family, Sev. The Wavecrest family over 6 or 7 generations has mapped the entirety of the sea, and he will pull out his maps and point to the Maw. Except this blasted place! This is it. This is the last piece.
She points like to his maps and like just traces her finger around the edge and is like, and the falls?
Let me survive the Maw, and I will move on to the falls.
All right. Just
Don't think I
okay.
haven't thought about the falls. I have.
No, I know you've probably thought about him, but like, I feel like since the potential of there not being just more water out there or like something else beyond the falls seems a bit, more mysterious than just a swirling maelstrom in the middle of the, ocean. Because,
But it is the middle.
the falls?
No, the Maw is the middle. It
Oh,
is
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, but if it's just water, it's just water. And past the
but it will
falls, who
be
knows?
mapped. It will be fine. There are other wave crests.
All like you?
No, gods, no.
You have kids, Zadicus?
Me? No. No. I have a brother. He will. Well, it's a long
She will do
story.
an
He will.
she will do an insight check on whether or not Zadicus has a child.
Sure.
How sketchy did that answer feel?
I mean, feels about right. If he has kids, he might not know about them.
Hey, ouch. I mean,
Look,
sure, true, valid, but still, ouch.
look, Zadicus is a focused dude. He's been around. But yeah, not
Okay.
that not he isn't like keeping anything from you, Sev, as far as you
It
could
wasn't
tell.
like a no, 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 no,
Yeah, no.
no, no, no.
No,
Okay,
it
cool.
wasn't dodging.
Okay.
He seems like he might be a little so focused right now that lying is just not even gonna be considered. This is somebody talking about their obsession.
Jeez, Zedicus.
Think about the design, that's all I'm
Don't-
asking. You have plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Cool.
When you need funds for a prototype, let me know.
Hey, uh, yeah, I mean, I know it's gonna sound dumb, but like, I care about you. So I'm gonna really try and make this work in and out. So please, for my sake, stop calling it a suicide mission, okay? We're gonna make it out of there if I have anything to say about it.
All right, I appreciate it. I appreciate your concern. I am I would certainly love to be able to tell the tale, so I will wait. I will trust in your process of designing this vessel.
Sif laughs nervously.
Sev, what's immediately being like apparent to you is he's asking for a vessel singular, as if you're not going to have to invent 8 different new things just as a start. Like invent completely new ways of doing everything about this vessel. Like he's thinking holistically about a vessel. Yeah, just a vessel that could do it. You're like, well, there has to be like an engine that can do it. It has to be made of something that can handle it. You have to like keep the crew from, I guess, being blown away.
Look, I sail, I don't build. It's fine.
Exactly. It is just falling on Sev like a stack of bricks. The like enormity of the the task that he is setting before you.
She's thinking of ways, but it is a lot. Hey, yeah, and one more thing. Who's the patron?
What do you mean?
Your
That-
patron. Who's gonna oh boy. Sweet. Oh,
I will. The
God.
Wavecrest family will.
Okay, cool. You don't have any, she like points to her horns and then like does the eyes at Zedicus. Those kind of patrons.
Oh no! I haven't made any infernal pacts or anything. If that's what you want, I kind of wonder if the family did at some point. But no, I've done nothing like that. No.
Do
We
any of them
just
I mean, that'd be easy to tell. Do any of them look like me?
no.
Yeah, no. Your
Just
family's probably clear. Yeah, huh. Actually, speaking of which, yeah, no, I'll give you some blueprints.
I'll go get those logs and those blueprints and everything I have from the first couple times I tried. Another from a
Please
trip
do.
before that I was not on. I'll go get all that stuff.
Hey, whoa. If you were on one, how'd you survive?
We
Did
didn't
you
make
just
it in.
bail before it? Oh. Just
I
in the
mean,
waters outside?
yeah.
Okay. But I mean, the currents, right? That's got to be a thing. Wouldn't it, like...
Yep.
And
That's
you weren't
kind of what I expected.
ducked.
We were tossed out by a storm. I managed, I guess, to avoid the worst of the riptides. Based on the lines that Constance showed me earlier, it would seem I found a relatively, air quotes, quiet spot.
Okay. Great. Cool. Okay.
worth,
Blueprints.
worth mentioning, Sev. You got a thing to work on first. You want to get it done before you
Yeah.
get to Mishalga.
Yeah. I'm gonna work on my gun first. So Sev's just gonna like. She has like she's on the top deck with just like all her parts on like a tarp, and she's just working, and like near her are like 3 wine bottles, each of like varying emptiness, and is just gonna start chugging and be like, just put them up here when you get them.
So for the
I got
people,
work
as
to
this thing is
do.
taking shape, like what does it look like? It's obviously not like completed yet, right? But you have like the frame together at this point. You're kind of just there's like 2 days left. You're kind of just getting the finer stuff working so that it doesn't blow up on you.
Yeah, like what it is and what I probably like design it to look like is sort of like a weird like Arcana punk sort of like double barrel
Mhm.
shotgun. But it's sort of like a sawed off design, and the handle is I work on like one of 2 handles with a replaceable trigger.
Mhm.
One that has like a very very exaggerated trigger and trigger guard to go with it, and the other one that's just sort of normal looking.
Yeah, so you've made like a double barrel, double handled shotgun thing.
Yep. And I'll swap those out depending on what armor configuration I'm in.
Mhm.
And I'll probably also have like, you know, some sort of stock for the one that is smaller for the trigger, just so I have a little bit more stability when I shoot it
Uh-huh.
without the giant kachunkers.
Yeah, so at this point you've more or less got it down. You're just trying to figure out how to get it to work with your power supply, which is quite a bit different than the power supply suggested.
Yeah, I'll probably work something through the top. I'll probably like be working on my suit as well, just like finding an extra outlet, pumping some Astra water in it. It's probably got a little like miniature reservoir at the bottom of it that it can pump into.
And how do you like store it when you're walking around with this thing?
Probably design some sort of like magnetic sort of cl- thing where I just like put it on my back and it.
Yeah, I think it goes across like the small, so like your tank is up higher. It like sort of magnetically locks into the small of your back, like
Yeah,
crosswise.
right.
Okay. All right. That night actually, Zadicus, like Lim comes to get you, and Duck's Brim comes to get you, kind of in the wee hours of the morning. They make it clear to both of you, like they want to have a conversation about what you're about to do.
Okay. Lim, Brim, Ducks.
Ducks, you go along as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, they uh like they seem very like awkward about the topic, especially in the full on talking about it like out loud before more than one person at a time. And they relay to you that as promised, they have a contact you could potentially go to. Uh, Brim says that it is a goblin smuggler who goes by the name of Vanguard. Lim interjects with with he is an interesting character. Brim is translating for you, Dux. Lim says he dresses in all black leathers. Is always wearing a mask with a different design on it. And the only other thing that stands out is he has a rusted all to fuck Sphere Tech glass pistol that he keeps at his waist. No idea if it works or if it's just an accessory. Brim interjects herself verbally. He is, however, a cheap date. Did way more for us than he should have with the amount of money we gave him. We just had to put up with him calling us damsels. Lim chuckles a little bit.
Tragic.
Yeah, he thinks he's a fucking hero, I guess. So if he's still at the same place, granted this was 8.5 years ago, so he could start at the Home and Hearth. You should be able to see it pretty quickly after you get off the Vish Spire. We're gonna be staying with the boat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh fuck. There's some. Oh, what's this stupid fucking code phrase? Limb size. I'll type it out.
Code phrase. A smuggler.
Yeah. Brim grimaces. Where flies the hero beneath the barrow? Limb signs. I don't think hero rhymes with barrow, does it? Brim shrugs. If you say it to this, if the barkeep is the same at the Hearth and Home, and you go in and you say it to her, that was the, again, like 8.5 years ago, that was the code phrase to get an audience with the Vanguard. If I had a different name for him, the smuggler, we could just call him the smuggler.
So
The
if I walk
goblin.
in and say I'd like an audience with the smuggler, that's not going to work.
Probably not, no.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Look, he calls himself the Vanguard. He seems like a decent person.
If I call him the Vanguard, would that work?
I mean, I guess if you just ask the barkeep to talk to the Vanguard, sure. I suppose it depends on what foot you want to start off with him. He seemed like it was really important to him, the whole kind of code thing.
Very well. I guess we have to play a game. We have to play a game.
Yeah, like I said, he would have information about who's been smuggled out recently. He might even have information about who's doing the kidnapping, though he didn't when we left. Unfortunately, that's kind of all we can give you. We left in a hurry. We didn't leave much behind.
Understood.
Yeah,
All
there's
right, well,
an awkward silence.
I think if it would be safer, you might consider taking the UE somewhere away from Thist. Probably Luton would be the safest place, but I mean, the Vast is certainly not going to be it. Wait. Isn't Concordance? That's where the oh god, the pirate group
No, concordance is where the concern is headquartered.
Oh yeah, no, don't. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Definitely don't go there.
it's their like primary place of power.
Yeah, no. Stay on the ship. Stay on the dock. Make sure you don't go too far from Nez, I guess, while we're out and about. Not Nez. Well, Nez too, but the bot. That's a rude way to describe him.
Patch?
That's the one.
Yeah.
One of these days I'll remember names.
Yeah, Brim says, like, after kind of another awkward pause, thank you for trying to figure out what's going on. I guess, would you mind letting us know what you find out?
Yeah, of course, of course.
It'd really just be good to know who we're running from. Yeah, into the like awkward silence that follows. Lim sides to you, Zedekiss. Okay, now go to sleep. And does a shooing motion to you, Duck.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Alrighty. I think that's a decent place for a 15-minute break. If everybody's okay with that.
Wonderful.
Mhm.
And now, intermission. Refreshment time.
Sure is great being on a drive-in watching Super Flick and eating all this great food.
This flick is making me hungry.
It makes me want to flick my bick.
We should have gone to the drive-in where we could eat and flick to our heart's content.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Well, come on then. I'm going to have a pizza and popcorn and ice cream.
And I'm gonna have a burger with fries and a soft drink. Yum, yum, yum. This was a great idea.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome. It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The Juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs, Come to the snack bar now. Sparkling soft drinks. Steaming hot coffee. Steamed or grilled hot dogs. Crispy hot fresh French fries. How about a pizza? None better anywhere.
Sneaking out to the drive-in? Why not take the kiddies along and save the expense of a sitter? Everyone enjoys the drive-in.
Our new Cutlass now.
Sure handles easy.
Drive happy, Cutlass can make you a little drive happy.
I forgot to get the newspaper.
Glad we ordered these swivel bucket seats.
Yeah, in case I get to drive someday.
The Cutlass S, Oldsmobile's sporty fastback at a price that's less than you might think, to help make you really drive happy.
drive happy.
Can I drive now?
Take a good look at Clyde Garfield's Cadillac and Oldsmobile dealership. And then take a drive in a new Oldsmobile, Cadillac, or one of the fine used cars. Serviced by Clyde's 21 factory-trained personnel and expert craftsmen. Cadillac and Oldsmobile means the very best in automobiles. And Clyde Garfield is the best in dealership and service. Clyde Garfield's Cadillac and Oldsmobile, New England Automobile Village, Route 3, New Hampshire.
You're invited to stop in at Nashua's own McDonald's on Route 101A. You'll find McDonald's high quality, fast service, and reasonable prices. Also, visit McDonald's at the Drum Hill shopping area in Chelmsford. Treat yourself and the family at McDonald's soon.
And now, intermission. Refreshment time.
Sure is great being on a drive-in watching Super Flick and eating all this great food.
This flick is making me hungry.
It makes me want to flick my bick.
We should have gone to the drive-in where we could eat and flick to our heart's content.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Well, come on then. I'm going to have a pizza and popcorn and ice cream.
And I'm gonna have a burger with fries and a soft drink. Yum, yum, yum. This was a great idea.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome. intermission, rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now. Sparkling soft drinks. Steaming hot coffee. Steamed or grilled hot dogs. Crispy hot fresh French fries. How about a pizza? None better anywhere.
Let's see. Gotta find the right spot in my notes. So, as previously stated, you are heading to Vishalgo. You, on the last day of your voyage, Sev, you complete your weapon, though you haven't yet had the opportunity to test it properly. Off to the right, as you are entering into the dock area, you could see the port a little ways off, kind of in the ocean by itself. And before you is the city of Vishalgo. It is the capital and largest city of the coalition, which is the topside government that presides over Thist. Vishalgo is architecturally very interesting and striking, especially from like a distance. You could see it is built into tiers which span from the ground up to the upper boughs of these truly enormous trees, which seem to cover the surrounding area. In the center of the city, you see a tree which in scale dwarfs all of the trees around it. And those of you in the know would know that this is the tree of Vish. All but the central pillar of said tree has been hollowed out, and you could see a kind of ramp-like highway has been carved going up and down. Entrances and exits are carved in the side of the tree, which seem to direct the flow of traffic to the various tiers of this sprawling city, this sprawling tiered like treetop and ground level city that is sprawling in all directions. A large amount of people, even from the distance you can see, are like people, freight, carts, goods seem to be going up and down in a fairly tidy manner. And yeah, your instructions are to go into that the what is called from below, or as Lemon Brim called it, the Vish Spire. You're to go into the Tree of Vish and follow the Great Vish Way is what they call it, down into the earth. And the city of Amel is below Vishalgo. You are passing through a pretty bustling town, so if there's any last things you'd like to buy or any things you'd like to check out, let me know. Otherwise, it's pretty easy to know where to go because you just go to the big tree.
We go to the big tree.
Go to the big tree. Okay. As you get closer and the true scale of this tree sort of grabs you, you can see just what looks like a steady thoroughfare of kind of a clearly delineated left and right lane of people going up and down the tree. In this case, hugging what would be your left will take you down further into the earth. As you kind of enter into the flow of traffic and enter into the tree, it spirals down a ways, and you see the walls initially are all made of wood of the inside of this tree. As it descends 5-10 minutes of sort of shoulder to shoulder walking with a large amount of people, the sides of the walls here slowly give way to stone. And the temperature is dropping noticeably from the balmy humidity above. You also can see that the torchlight is gradually shifting from a brighter form to more of a darker but kind of warmer yellow and sometimes green. With the amount of traffic, and kind of occasionally there seem to be stops where a cart has fallen or something. It takes you probably the better part of an hour just continuing to walk around in circles in what feels like a spiral down, down, down into the earth. And as you reach the bottom, you were given instructions to. There are 3 tiers of exit ramps here. The getting to your contact through Cafney will take you off the top of the spiral, or the top of these tiers, which is primarily for foot traffic or for non-mercantile traffic. And as you exit out into the cavern, I found a decent reference image for what's in my head for this.
Oh, wow.
Can you all see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you come out, you're not quite as up high as this, but you are on the top of a ramp that leads down into the town. And you see a truly huge city sort of laid out into the bottom of this massive cavern. The buildings are squat and stone. Almost all of this seems to be stone or cobbled stone. You could see towers rising up at various points in what seems to not be any real pattern. At least 2 portions of the city are immediately rather different. There is one that is kind of glowing a faint blue, and another that is glowing a kind of faint green. And the other thing that becomes immediately apparent is that the structural architecture of this place, it is clearly built into the natural contours of the cavern floor. There are strange tiers sort of built up onto hills and down into valleys. It is not a smooth walk, and that's becoming increasingly apparent as you are getting closer to city level. Off in the far distance on the other side of it, you see a number of well-lit tunnels that extend into the darkness, which you would know, those familiar with rough seaside geography would know those lead to a few of the other cities of the Barrows. But yeah, you find yourself in Amel, the capital of the Barrows and the biggest city of the Barrow folk. You have a couple different leads here. You know that the place, apparently, to talk to, the instructions you were given, there is an inn called the Hearth and Home that, if the instructions are, once you get your bearings, it is shortly inside of the entrance to the city here. It is clearly like a tourist place. And the instructions to get to Vev, Caphne's contact, are also reasonably near to this area, although they're a little further on. Zadicus, I gave you the information you bought, correct?
Yes, you did.
Right. Okay. Cool. So you have a moment here as you can kind of step off of. It's like the first time in an hour that you've been able to get, so you're not walking shoulder to shoulder or like up against people in like a steady flow of traffic. You get off to the side for a moment to speak and kind of catch your breath as you decide what to do next. Where would you like to go first?
Just so I'm clear, Vev is our air quotes concerned citizen from the job listing?
Vev is Caphne's contact, a minder, according to her, who knows of the concerned citizen. Specifically, Vev is the one that was contacted by the concerned citizen.
Got it.
Mhm.
Okay.
The other thing that is also apparent at street level is that almost all of the lights of this place are, although quite bright, a little bit dimmer than like lights that would be used at night topside. A little bit less harsh. The glass seems to be kind of like shadowed in a lot of places, so as to not make really strong glares.
Who are we to be speaking with?
We have a couple options. I was wondering, Dux, perhaps you might like to visit the individual we were informed about. I think some of us should definitely speak to Vev, the minder that Caphne sent us to. Is it perhaps better to speak to these two individuals separately? Sorry, that makes it sound far more mysterious than it is. Lim and Brim are from here and spoke to Dux and myself the other day and gave us the name of somebody who might be, well, I suppose in the know is a little on the nose, but who might know a little bit about the missing children here. Or we have Vev, who was contacted by the individual who put out the bounty in the first place.
Well, if we want to split up, I think you and Dux would probably be the best ones, since I guess you have more of a understanding of what the no actually is.
Understanding is a strong word. Yeah, we can go talk to this prick, but I don't know if there's much reason to split up. I guess time's of the essence, so it's not a bad idea. It's not like we're getting in a scrap.
Well, I mean, if he's a prick, you might.
Not that kind of prick.
Sub does the calculations in her head.
We could. I mean, there's no real secrecy to this individual. that we were told about, which is why.
Well, do you know his name?
Oh,
Only his call sign.
oh, got it.
Call sign?
Yeah,
He goes by the Vanguard.
Deacon
Oh,
wrinkles their
man.
nose.
Men. She rolls her eyes.
I suspect that speaking with the person who initiated the job will yield us the least. Only because if they knew more about what was going on, they probably wouldn't hire us. They would just go about their business of stopping these children from being, abducted. That's why I figured I might go meet with them. And Duck, since you had the, oh, you're gonna love this, the code phrase. And
Code phrase for what?
oh,
His men's club? Was it a speakeasy?
Yeah. Okay, I'll go talk to the dweeb.
well, I mean, not just you, I would hope.
Right. Let's
Not that
see.
I don't think you could do it, but I don't think we should split up while we're here too much.
I'd invite Beacon, but you're likely to piss the guy off. We've got to play his game, and I don't know if that's
I
your.
don't have to speak. We do not have to say anything.
Also, if we're splitting up, it's probably a good idea to have a glaive on each team. Constance, you want to tag along?
Wonderful.
Now we're going to some kind of inn. I don't remember the name of it. That one.
You're looking at the map, and it is definitely over in the green bit over there, which I guess makes it easier to find, in theory, at least until you get there.
So yeah, at least me and Constance. I mean, if anyone else wants to join our team, that's cool. And then
May I make a request to go see the prick?
yeah, sure.
Maybe
I
on
think
that
you'll get a kick out of this guy. I think you'll really appreciate him
Yeah,
in
that's
a
kind of why I wanted
sarcastic.
to go next. That was a good hard read. I'm impressed. This is gonna be a grand time. She jumps and puts an arm around Ducks.
So it's Duck, Sev, and anyone else?
And Constance.
And Constance, got it. And that leaves
Oh, what
Zidkus
a team.
and Beacon. Okay. Yeah, you do you officially split up? What do you like? When do you want to meet back up?
And where?
I mean, we're headed here. You're headed there.
It's worth mentioning you are in an area where theoretically, if you search for a second, you might be able to buy a sending stone.
For how much, though?
What is the sane magic item price for it?
God, I wish I had some of that shit memorized. Actually, no. I have important things I need to know in my life. That should not be one of them.
Yeah, you don't want to have this memorized.
$2,000.
Yeah, so that,
Our combined wealth. Got it.
Yeah. All of your worldly wealth.
Oh no.
Perhaps we should find a place to stay while we're here.
That's a good
And then
idea.
And then we could split up.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Actually, yes, that's a good idea.
I mean, we're headed to, was it an inn or a tavern?
The Hearth and Home, I think they said is a tavern.
Oh.
Well, we can poke around and try to find an inn. Also, if there's a handy blacksmiths around here, I might look at some heavier armor.
One sec.
I'm sure there will be. Large enough city.
Yeah, so
What's the closest inn?
yeah, you are probably, I'll put a little circle on the map down here. It's roundabout there. That's the closest to where you are.
I recommend this place.
Been a while since I've been through here. I have no idea if anywhere I know is still here. This works. We should have a brief discussion. Just make sure we're all on the same page as much as possible.
Dux and Seven Eye are going to see the prick.
Yep. We're going to see the minder who spoke to the concerned citizen, which there's a
Doesn't
choice
sound
of word for you.
Doesn't sound ominous at all.
No. Once we have a place,
Mhm.
just so we're all on the same page as much as possible, I reached out to a few old friends from, well, my time before I went out to the sea. Went out to the spheres, I mean. When I was mostly doing work here in the seas. It seems like there may be some agents of the concern operating here within this. Officially, they have no jurisdiction to do so. This place is part of the Accord, not part of the Cody, you and your fucking generic noun.
That's
Not part of the
why I don't write
concerned
anything
concern.
Not part of the concern's concern.
It looks like perhaps one of the higher ups within the concern is abducting, I don't know, gifted children for their, I would assume, given what we know of the civil war going on in Zizyun, within the civil war there, abducting these children to serve on their vessels. Keep an eye out. Constance, this is why the idea of the concerned citizen is certainly as ominous as we both agree it is. Because,
Yeah, really concerning.
really subtle on their part. Really subtle, concerned citizen. I'm sure this isn't a trap at all. So everyone stay safe. Don't split up too much.
Alrighty. So, first we'll go with Zedekis and Beacon to Vev's place. The place you are given is a fairly nondescript, although as you're walking, especially in some of the residential air quotes areas, it's hard to tell a lot of these places apart. They're all kind of the same squat stone building built slightly up with a small stair leading up to it. And there's one you are given the rough address for, and it does take you a little bit of wandering from one side of the street to the next a couple times before you are okay, it's probably this one. There aren't any signifiers on the door, and it just looks like any other house here. Do you approach and knock?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. After a moment, the door opens slightly, and you could see a minder peeking through. Yes.
You Bev, Kafni sends
Ah,
their
yes.
best.
One moment, I will be right out. Slams the door.
Very cheery.
Yeah, the door opens again. Beyond it, you could see a fairly cozy and rustic-looking little room with a nice fire going.
We understand you were the one that received the initial contact about this spate of kidnappings.
Yes. As you know, name is Vev. I'm an agent for Kafni in this place. The person in question contacted me somewhat out of nowhere in a rather, well, they look back at their house. They knew that I was here, which is quite interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so I presume you would like to meet with them.
Mm-hmm.
Right. My contact was a kobold woman. Did not get the name beyond concerned citizen.
All right.
I
You have some
will.
sort of.
Yes, I do. When would you like to meet?
Soon as. Well, you know what? Let's say tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon? Approximately what time?
Noon.
All right.
Is that it?
Yes, do you require anything else of me?
You're just setting the meet. Where do you have a meeting location? You can send us the details. We're staying at the.
Yeah, I'll come up with the name. At the. I'll come up with the name. We'll fix it in post. Yeah.
At the inn. We don't need. It doesn't need a name. It's just the inn.
The inn. Yeah. It's just called the inn. The inn. Yeah. Vev nods. Puts a hand to their chin and scratches it. If you require, what? No. I'd prefer to remain out of this if at all possible. I have a good book to read. However, if you require a place to run and hide, there are resources that can be made available.
Like a safe house. I mean, that would be appreciated.
Indeed, I will endeavor to secure one for you. Beyond that, it behooves me to remain out of this as much as I can. If you find that the concerned citizen is a threat, please let me know. I will need to move.
Mm-hmm. Understood.
Mm-hmm. Also, I will handle your payment at the conclusion of this job.
Assuming you're alive. Got it.
Assuming I'm alive, so yes, that incentivizes you further to keep me alive. That was a joke, kind of.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, pass us the information and we'll meet them at noon tomorrow.
Indeed. Have a nice day. Also, watch out for pickpockets. Mostly they are children.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. Stands there awkwardly, staring at probably a beacon. Hasn't spoken a word.
What? I'm obviously hired muscle. It's fine.
Yeah. It's just the like awkward recognizing awkward in a strange moment.
That you're assuming that we register awkward.
True. You just register just brooding neutral.
The not new alignment chart.
Brooding neutral. Alrighty.
All right.
So
Well, maybe we can catch up to them at the Hearth and Home. Sorry, I expected more from this. I'm not sure why.
yeah,
My
so
fault.
We are
We could've-
nonplussed.
yeah. You would think they're probably like a half hour ahead of you at this point. At the time that you arrived in the morning. It is probably around 2 or 3 in the afternoon at this point. We'll switch to the B team. It takes you about 45 minutes.
I feel like they're the A team at this point. Let's be real.
Let's switch to the A team. It takes you about 45 minutes, not because it's actually that long a distance, but because the like grid of the roads here is slightly confusing to navigate, even with a map. There is lots
What you
of
talking
like,
about, fool?
there is lots of like hatchbacks and crossbacks and like bits that are like inexplicably like tiered with like you have to like walk up around a corner to get to the main road because the road you're on just dead ends at a wall. But eventually you make it to the kind of, it seems to be like an open gate area, and you could see in like wrought iron there is like a pretty big word that just reads the tapestry. As you enter in, the first thing that is like noticeable to you is that nearly every surface of this place is covered, including the ground, is covered in glowing green moss. The ground is covered, the buildings are covered, and all of it glows with a green bioluminescence. You could see what is immediately apparent what this must like. This is named the tapestry, and that there are like a huge number of and variety of like mosaics scrawled, painted, in some cases cut decorationally into the moss of the ground and into the moss on the buildings. You see the like establishments that are like inns and like pleasure union establishments and like businesses all have their name kind of scrawled in various like print into the moss on the side of the building, or are like decorated to look like, one is decorated to look like a ship that is like on a rocky sea. Another looks like it's just covered in lightning, that are all like scrawled using the like negative space created by the dark without the moss. And the instructions you are given to get to the Hearth and Home, it's almost immediately within the gate. You don't make it very far before you see Hearth and Home, which isn't very well decorated. There doesn't appear to be any big mosaics. It's kind of just completely covered in. It's like a 2-story building completely covered in this moss. And do you go in right away?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll just
certainly
stroll on in.
All right. It is pretty empty. At least you would think for like this time of day. There are a couple patrons in here that don't seem to pay you any mind. Mostly it is there is like one goblin over in the corner. 3 or 4 kobolds are playing some kind of card game at a table. And there is one Dwergar man who is clearly shithouse drunk in the corner, snoring loudly. The barkeep here is a tabaxi woman, patterned to look kind of like a leopard, who looks up and says, "What can I help you?" What do you need?
Yeah, sorry, we're new around here. Say, you worked here very long?
Oh, quite a while. Yeah. Why?
Just, looking for someone who knows the lay of the land, someone who's familiar with the area.
Well, this place was run by my family, so I've been here since since I was born, I guess. Kind of sounds sad when I say it that way, but
No, there's nothing wrong with a family business.
yeah, I think so. I enjoy it.
Hey, if it makes you feel better, I was born on a trash planet and didn't leave until a month ago.
Well,
so you're doing pretty good.
That's
She winks.
Something.
Yeah, and I mean, I probably would have joined the family business if, my dad hadn't abandoned me and my mom hadn't died. But
Okay, well, this is a lot. Like usually people get.
Oh my God, ducks.
Usually people get like drunk and then start getting kind of dark like that.
You're assuming I'm not drunk right now.
Are you drunk right
that's
now?
the thing.
Are you? I mean, fair enough. If this is part of like you doing a crawl right now? Like,
It is like 2 in the afternoon. Not that matters.
It's like a crawl, I suppose. You could equate it to that.
okay. All right. What can I get you then?
I mean, I'll have some grog.
Right.
But I'll have to say that's not really why we're here. We've got looking to meet with someone. What was the fucking code? Where flies the something beneath the boulder? Where flies the hero beneath the barrow?
The barrow, because he thinks hero rhymes with barrow.
Yeah, between you and me, I think it's ridiculous. Also,
Yeah.
but we're just trying to.
Okay, hang on. I gotta fucking give me a second. They go in like into a back room for a second. You hear like banging around.
I do still want the grog.
Yeah, fuck. It just like visibly deflated. They come walking back out with like a scrap of paper and they hold it up. They hold it up and say, "The crow flies low, but when he flies, he touches skies. The third above, within thereof, as evenings break, the villains quake."
Oh, the thereof. That was the worst time to use that.
Yeah,
Okay,
Oh
I'm
my
gonna need
God.
that
I'm
decoded.
so sorry.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna.
Can I buy you a drink?
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Around the
Okay.
just it's been a blessed while. So yeah, you're looking for
Yes. Yeah. You don't have to say it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bar called The Skies Below. It's a little further in, maybe about 5
Kinda
minutes.
Scavenger hunt bullshit is it? Okay.
I don't know. And also you got to go right after Lantern Down. That's when the
Well, that'll be
evening
time
breaks.
to give us time to meet back up with the crew.
Yeah. It's after Lantern Low.
Well,
so like
thank
around,
you for your service.
Lanterns go low at 6:30, full dim at 7:30. So and dark at 9. It's the 3rd floor. Well, technically it's the 3rd room on the 3rd floor.
3rd room, 3rd floor.
Yeah.
After dark, bar beneath.
Yeah.
Crow something.
It's called The Skies Below. You'll recognize it.
Got it.
Oh boy, another bar.
Genuinely, it's been like 2 years since somebody used that one.
What?
I'm sorry to break your streak.
What? Oh, sorry. You haven't said much. Looking to you, Constance.
It's very pretty here.
Oh, yeah. You talking about the? Yeah, you're new. You talking about the moss outside?
Yes.
Yeah. Feel free to. I don't know. You can, if you want to pick a wall of this place and write whatever you want. I tend to keep it blank for people.
Oh, how lovely. Constance will go to a wall.
Yeah, it's outside. In this particular case, the moss
Great.
doesn't seem to reach fully inside. You can see
That's
it
even
kind of.
better.
Yeah.
Constance will walk out and find a nice blank spot on a wall.
Yeah, the whole side of this place is just bioluminescent green moss.
That's so cool. Steph is also gonna run out and pick a wall.
You see Constance, who has written. Constance has written on the wall, "The Vanguard is a prick."
Yeah, the process of like writing on the wall is basically just like scraping the shape, right?
Yeah.
And the effect is pretty cool because you're essentially painting with negative space. You're painting with darkness on light. So yeah, you got Vanguard as a prick.
Next to it, sort of crooked, is Seb's, which is "Suck it, Alico," and a silly demon face sticking out a tongue.
Dux, you want to get in on this? Is it Dux was here?
I don't think Dux actually participates. He's drinking with the bartender.
Yeah. So do you all wait for your companions to catch up?
Yeah, I think that's a
Yeah.
good idea.
So yeah, I think they arrive. You see similar. The like green sort of weird unearthly beauty of this place. You arrive to see Constance and Constance and Sev like scratching on the side of this building. For Constance, it's like working on the last the last letter of sucks.
Oh, hello. How was your rendezvous?
We got the time for another meet. It was honestly a little bit of a waste. How did you all do?
Similarly.
How do you feel about scavenger hunts? You
Oh,
know, like
boy.
you find a clue and it takes you to another clue.
Beacon growls.
We have to be at another bar called the something underneath something or other
The
after
Skies
dark.
The Skies Below.
You see, I knew they knew. It has to be the third room on the third floor.
Stupid.
Oh God.
There was a whole like recited line. It was really something.
It was a bad poem. There were bad poems.
Daedicus just starts rubbing his temples. Oh Lord.
I swear to Mephistopheles that I will go back on the ship, put on my gauntlets, and punch this dude in the face as soon as we meet if there's another fucking clue.
So yeah, you have a few hours to kill. You got like 4 hours to burn. You guys just spend it fucking around at this tavern?
I
I'm
will.
turning this into an actual bar crawl, apparently.
Constance will explain that she has something she'd like to show the group, and will explain. Well, some of you may have noticed this in our last fight, but I have learned a new ability that I can share amongst us, and I thought since we have some time to kill, perhaps I would demonstrate it and teach people how to use it. Beacon, Sev, would you be so kind as to assist me?
Assist you how?
Well,
wait,
I
did you say Sever Beacon?
You said both.
Both.
Sure. I mean, what do I gotta do?
Well, I believe your role in this endeavor will simply be to try and hit me. Beacon, you seem to be the one most familiar with teleportation. When Seb tries to hit me, please try and intercept the blow, and I will embolden the bond between the three of us.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll walk 30 feet away from Beacon. And then instruct Sev, please try and strike me with your fist.
She holds up her hands and is like, this is kind of weird. Okay, she'll start running and awkwardly swing at Constance. Plus proficiency, right? Because you're proficient with your fists.
Mm-hmm. And strength.
Oh, so strength 1, proficiency 3. So that makes it a 19.
That'll do.
Yeah, the question is whether or not Beacon uses their reaction to do anything.
The answer is yes, but the innate manner by which they do so would just be for the echo to appear in front. But if magic is going to intervene and make this easier, so the whole of our form moves, that's the magic user.
Yeah, I think you the part of your brain is manifesting the echo, right? But
Yes.
then something overrides and you feel this other way of suddenly you are physically in front of the blow. What does it look like, Constance?
It's just like a couple tentacles sort of just very quickly, and they're not solid, they're sort of spectral, right? Just sort of shoot up from the ground and in two places, and one where Beacon was and one where Beacon is.
Does Beacon see or experience anything in the move, or is it just instantaneous blink?
No, I mean, everybody sees them. They're sort of, they're sort of instantaneous, but there's no real sensation to go along with it.
All right. Yeah, Beacon, you suddenly appear in front of the punch.
Sweet. I swing my glaive, but that's reflex. I'm away from my desk. I'm not going to make a roll or anything, but that,
Yeah, I think you bring your glaive up and it screes against the metal fist in a moment. Just
Oh dear.
Yeah! Holy shit! Could chop my arm off! I don't have the gloves! No barrier! No shields!
We were told to not let you hit Constance.
Yeah, you could have just gotten in front of him, not... Holy fuck!
Well, is anyone injured?
This stung a little bit.
Well, this is a skill that anyone can use so long as they are a member of the bond that I create. Just for future reference.
Okay.
As long as we are taking a moment, Dux, Sev, I would like to show you something. And I'll pull out the Revivify scroll that I made.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen you both use magic. I have made this in case something catastrophic should happen to me.
He holds it, and Seb immediately points at Dux.
Oh, well, I will hold on to it. Hopefully it won't be necessary to use, but if it is, whomever is closest, just grab it from my bag and do the best you can.
Sure thing, boss. I
Will do.
don't think. I mean, that's a little above my pay grade as far as the magic goes, but I can give it a go. Thinking about it, I think Seb's in the same place as Dux. We're both half
Mechanically, I think you're both in the same place, but it's like it's the best insurance policy that Constance can come up with.
Yeah, just don't die before we get third level slots.
Well, I hope not to die at all. Shall we go to the skies below?
Might as well, get there a little early.
Yeah. So, like a few hours later, it's probably like 5. You go like you're basically told like hug the right side a little ways, and then about 6 blocks up, turn to the left, and then keep walking until you see it. And you do see it. It has very big like skies. It's a 3-story building. It has like skies below, like scrawled into the side of it. The art, like mosaic on this one, is pretty interesting as well, in that the upper layers, the upper 2 floors, are carved to kind of evoke a cloudy sky. And the bottom floor is decorated in what can only be described as like a parody of a traditional, what you would be like an above world cottage, complete with like scratches evoking the appearance of wooden paneling into the carpet of moss. As you enter into the saloon style doors, the tavern itself is pretty rowdy. You could see there is a kobold woman sitting on a stool in front of a little desk by the stairs off to the right. And you see, even as you're standing, like one like couple walks by, speaks with her for a moment, and then walks up the stairs. Yeah, you can see there aren't any like big tables available, but you are instructed by a hostess to just wait for a second out in the street. Because this place is actually bustling like a lot, and it seems to this seems to be like the evening crowd, or like the getting off of work crowd. After about 20 to 30 minutes, like this deep gnome woman pokes her head back out and says, "Yay, come on in." Ushers you over to a table, and yeah, you can drink and like sit and kind of watch the room. The first thing you notice is that there are predominantly goblins, deep gnomes, and Dwergar here, although there does appear to be a smattering of Tabaxi, Kenku, and you can even see like an Air Genasi at one point. In addition, there are a substantial amount of kobolds of a variety of colors that are kind of moving in and out of this place as well. is there anything in specific you'd like to do while you kind of wait out the next couple hours, or do you just like post up and relax to watch the place?
Listen, we all met going to the tickle the
Timid
timid
octopus.
Tickled
octopus for
octopus.
days and days and days.
Yeah, true. You're used to the inn stakeout.
The inn stakeout.
Yeah, you are served a meal. They probably, if you each of you who asks for a meal are probably charged like 20 silver, and it's a fine meal. And yeah, at about you've been like watching. Give me a perception check on the stairs. Anybody who's been keeping an eye on like nothing but the people going up and down the stairs.
I don't think Seth has much else better to do.
Oh man, my rolls
Doug-
are
You've
on
been killing
fire.
it, Doug.
Doug-
Holy
Tyler.
moly.
Doug-
I'm
I've
so
gotten a
sorry.
1, a 2, a 3, and a 1.
Not my strongest day either.
I'm mostly keeping an eye on the front door, like the entrance.
Yeah, give me a roll then as well. Perception in this case. Anybody who'd like to.
Can I just roll with my passive? I'm in the other room.
That's fine.
Okay.
What's your passive? 16?
I think it's a 18.
You do have high wisdom. Yeah,
I got
18.
expertise.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Zadicus and Beacon, you don't catch anything. But Constance, at around 7, like 15, you don't catch where where it came from, but there is a brief like the lantern by the stair flickers for a second, and you catch like a glimpse of like as the lights in the stairs go out for just a second, a figure dart past the kobold without getting seen. A very small figure, definitely what would be goblin size. As all of the lights like on the stairs simultaneously flicker for just a second, you catch it move up in the flicker, and then the lights come back on, and you don't see anything.
I believe our prick is here.
Is there another code word or something?
We were not given one. Just a room and a floor.
Hmm.
Shall we?
Yeah, you approach this red kobold woman sitting at her like little desk and stool. She peers up, says, "Right, what do you need?"
We are going upstairs.
Right, you want to buy a room?
Sure.
There's no code. I mean,
Code?
Should we just?
We're here to meet with someone. They should already be upstairs.
What? Okay, I do have to know like what room.
3rd floor, 3rd room.
Fuck.
Then,
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. You know too. All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
Shit, how did he? Oh, fucking. Yeah, just go.
Look, we're not happy about it either.
Yeah,
Sorry
go.
for your
Just try to
trouble.
be just.
We'll be quick.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want us to like drag him out of here or something?
No,
'Cause
no,
I'm pretty
no.
sure we can.
No, he technically does good. Like,
All right. Well,
it's complicated. Okay, just
understood.
Just-
We're out.
yeah. You all ascend up the 2 levels of stairs. You get to the 3rd floor, and the Number 3 is essentially the second room on the right.
Let's do this.
Do you knock on the door?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You knock on the door. And after a moment, the door swings open. The room inside is actually shockingly well lit. And there is a let's see. There is a small figure sitting at a chair next to what would be the bed, who has his legs kind of crossed jauntily. You can see he is wearing at this point, it just looks like a blank, like smiling white porcelain mask. And through the like holes in his eyes, you could see very clearly like bright orange eyes blinking out from therein. He's about 3 feet tall, and as far as you can tell, every inch of his skin is covered in dark leathers. And if it wasn't for the faint outline of like greenish blue ears poking up from the hood he has over his head, you wouldn't know necessarily that he is a goblin. And he gets to his feet and throws his hands wide and says, "Greetings."
I assume you are the Vanguard.
Yes, I'm the Vanguard. I'm the
Seth is
watchful protector.
vibrating anxiously.
I'm the vigilant guardian of this great city. What need have you of my services and protections?
We're gonna stop the kidnappings. We need you to tell us what you know about them.
Oh. You're talking about the villains.
Yeah, that's one way you could describe them.
The cloaked men.
Oh, they're cloaked. Thanks.
Sorry, it
That's
hurts my
one
throat.
piece of
The cloaked
information.
men. Yeah.
Okay.
They're dressed in a mockery of my own heroic attire.
Yes, I'm sure.
Can you give us a description of perhaps one of them?
I have watched and bided my time.
You don't have to.
Their magics have thwarted me, but I will eventually find their den, and then justice will be served. You seem confused.
Do you think this city needs your style of heroicism?
Yes. I would not do this if I did not think it was worthy.
All right, we're back.
If you
Where do you think we should start to look for these villains?
I do not know. They use some form of magics to obscure themselves. I saw them once, but then one of them did something, and then they were gone. They have been taking children. Lots of children.
I mean, if you've been seeing them, where do you usually spot them at?
I mean, I only saw them once, but I've been keeping an eye for them. It was here in the tapestry. In an alley, but that was some time ago.
How long ago are we talking? Like, recently or years in the past?
2 years. I've been looking out for them, but they're sneaky. And I cannot be everywhere. Do you know of these villains? Do you work with them? You see his hand like strays to the last pistol at his side, which as he throws his cloak back, yeah, he has like a sphere side like laser pistol that is just incredibly rusted to fuck. Like, no way that thing fires, Seb.
I just take one step closer to him, that's all.
Yeah, he whether he's bluffing or not, impossible to tell, but he like seems to size Beacon up and like leans forward as if raring for a fight.
We don't work for them. If we worked for them, we would have already tried to kill you or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Also, if we did work for you and you pulled your gun, we'd win. That thing is barely operational.
Also, you're
You'd be
outnumbered 5
lucky.
to 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's not even to mention that. So, don't worry. You would have been dead, I guess.
Look, Vanguard, we are on your side. We are here to vanquish the dastardly villains, and we need your help to do so. Please, any information you can give would be incredibly helpful. We mean you no trouble. We are thankful for your work in all that you've done. Your yes, so
In you, I see a brother in arms. He like gets to his feet
Yes.
and nods at you, Dux.
You can see Dux kind of gritting his teeth, but he does like offer his arm out for like a Spartan handshake.
Yeah, his like gloved goblin hand reaches forward to like grip yours as he just nods. When I saw them, I tracked them. For a time at least. They were gone to my sight, but I could see the footsteps.
Yes, a mighty tracker. Where did these footsteps lead?
It led to the financial district. Across town. The blue place.
The blue place.
And then I lost them.
All the greatest, not fail, but miss track occasionally. It's understandable.
They used magics.
Oh, dastardly indeed.
I could not see or smell or hear. They were gone. And they left no trace behind them.
Well, then we shall have our work cut out for us. Thank you.
Really, Dux? I mean, you remember? She, like, puts her helmet on, the visor comes down, and is like, I can see magic with this. They'll just
Perhaps
be
they
like,
have some great trick to outsmart even the best of us. Sev, hush, okay? I know. We got it. Just, it's fine.
Gotcha.
Do you have any intelligence?
Do you know why they are kidnapping those they are kidnapping?
The children? No, I do not. It is
Then neither
always
do
children. I have been contacted by those in need. Those who need to leave quietly. I have helped them get out of this place.
Yes, well, keep fighting the good fight. We will let you know if we make any progress. All right.
But do you want me to fix
Team.
that thing, by the way? she points at the las gun.
No, this is my weapon of justice. Can I trust you? Looking at you, Duck.
Can the wind trust the leaves?
Give me a Give me either a persuasion or performance check with advantage. That is some beautiful nonsense. Take fucking advantage and inspiration. What? Give me either persuasion or performance. It's up to you, Dux.
There it is.
Yes.
That's poetry right there.
He looks just like breathless for a second, and he reaches down to his waist and pulls out a sending stone and reaches out and clasps your hand and folds the sending stone into your hand. When it is time for violence, I will be ready. If you have need of me in any other way, you have but to ask.
Understood.
You have a
I would
warrior's
say
heart.
the same goes, but I'm off-world quite often. But if I happen to be around and available, then you may call on me, and I will come at a moment's notice. Of course, pending.
I
You
see
understand?
in you the heart of a hero.
And in you, the heart of something.
He nods very seriously and walks over, takes a step onto his desk and opens up the window. I will be going now. Good luck in your investigation, and when it is time to deliver justice to the wicked, I will be there.
Seth was on her way out.
Yeah, he straight up.
Duck stated his poetry, and she has been frozen there, just like her teeth grinding. The whole entire.
He straight up vaults out the window backwards, and you hear a brief, and then as he and then you hear skittering as he climbs down the side of the building.
Oh, that guy just broke his ankle.
Pretentious, but interesting.
Yeah, sorry y'all had to see that.
I want to scream. Dux, you're way too convincing.
Look, I've known a lot of, I've been on a lot of ships with a lot of crews, a lot of people. Sometimes you just gotta play their game.
Seth will take Dux's face in her hands and be like, please, never, ever be like that, okay?
No, yeah, that was definitely an act. We should get out of this place. I don't like this room.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, that is where we'll end today's session.
Um,
Tyler, please
if you
take
don't mind,
inspiration.
if you don't mind, I'm just going to do one last bit. It'll be real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
As everybody's heading back, I'll just explain I have an errand to run, and that I will meet them back at the inn. And Constance returns to, I believe the name of it was the Hearth and Home. And outside, she removes all of the luminescent moss that reads "is a prick." So now on the side of the building, it just says the Vanguard.
You just scrape it so it looks like it's underlined.
Well, no, I'd scrape it because Constance liked the Vanguard, right? And feels bad about calling him a prick. So she
Yeah.
removes that part from the thing.
The effect from below straight up looks like somebody has underlined it several times.
Oh,
and,
perfect.
Stylized.
Yeah. Perfect. And then she returns to the
All
inn.
right.
That's all.
Awesome.
That guy actually ruled.
I love Volk.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Maybe he thinks highly of himself, but one, we don't know if he's thinking too highly of himself. And two, he's trying to do good shit just also like
fucking weirdo.
like he just wants to be mysterious. What's wrong with that? That's fun.
Everybody needs a hobby.
It's just a good time.